Home is the place where, when you have to go there, they have to take you in. Robert Frost. Chapter 1. So, this is what a new life looks like. Sierra Jones opened her eyes on a sunny Colorado morning to that thought. She'd given this a great deal of consideration. Colorado hadn't been her only option, but she decided it might be the best one. Her brother Cal, with whom she shared a deep bond, was making a life here, and he wanted her to be a part of it. Sierra needed a new place to start over, a place with no bad memories, where she had no history and yet had a strong emotional connection. Her big brother was a powerful pull. When she was a child, it was Cal who'd protected her, loved her unconditionally, cared for her, worried on her behalf. He was 8 years older, but had been more than just her brother. He'd been her best friend. And when he'd left home, or what passed for home, when she was 10 years old, she'd been adrift. When she'd finally made up her mind to give this place a chance, Cal wanted her to come directly to his house. His house in progress, that is. But that didn't sound like a good idea. There was only one bedroom finished so far. And, more important, she wouldn't be a burden to anyone, and absolutely didn't want to be in the way of a new couple who were just feeling their way into marriage. Cal and Maggie had been married less than 6 months and were living in the barn they were converting into a house. Sierra thanked them kindly and said she'd prefer to find her own lodgings and live on her own. A very important part of creating a new life was independence. She didn't want to be accountable to anyone but herself. That's what she'd told them. The truth, hidden protectively in her heart, was that she was afraid to depend on Cal again, as she had when she was a little girl. He had a new family after all. She remembered too well the pain from her childhood when he'd abandoned her. It was awful. Independence was a little frightening, but, she reminded herself, she did have her brother near and willing to lend a hand if she needed anything. Just as she was more than eager to be there for Cal and Maggie. She was 30 years old, and it was high time she built a life that reflected the new woman she was becoming. This was a joyful, challenging, exciting, and terrifying change, if a little lonely at times. She had a short checklist of things she wanted to settle for herself before seeing Cal. First, she wanted to look around the area. Timber Lake was the town closest to where her brother and Maggie lived, and she thought it was adorable. It was a little touristy, a little on the Wild West side with its clapboard shop fronts and Victorian-style houses, surrounded by the beauty of snow-topped mountains and long, deep fields. The first day she spent in the small town, there was a herd of elk cantering down the main street. One big bull was bugling at the cows and calves, herding them away from the town and back to grazing land. They were at once majestic and klutzy, wandering in a little confusion through the cars. An old guy standing in front of a barber shop explained to her that with spring, they were moving to higher elevations. Cows were giving birth, grazing was found in different areas. And in the fall, he said, watch out for rutting season. Those bulls get real territorial. That was all it took for Sierra to begin to hope this would be the right place for her, because her heart beat a little faster just watching that grand herd move through town. The old guy had said, "You don't see that every day." She'd found a comfortable, clean, cheap hostel that would let her pay by the week, and they were just starting to get an influx of students and adventurers who wanted to take advantage of the Colorado springtime. She'd have to share a bathroom, but it wouldn't be the first time. She wasn't fussy, and it would make decent housing until she could find something more permanent. The owner of the hostel, a woman in her 60s called Midge, had said there were rooms and apartments being let by local homeowners all over town. The best part about the hostel? There were people around, yet she would be on her own. She'd found a part-time job right away. The diner needed early morning waitstaff help a couple days a week. They'd lost their main morning waitress, and the owner's wife had been filling in. As it happened, Sierra loved the early morning. The money wasn't great, but it was enough to keep her comfortable, and she had a little savings. The most important thing she'd researched before coming to Colorado was locations and times of AA meetings. She even had an app for her phone. There were regularly scheduled meetings everywhere. In Timberlake and in all the small towns surrounding it, from Breckenridge to Colorado Springs. They were usually held in churches, but there were some in community centers, in office buildings, hospitals, and even clubhouses. She would never be without support. Sierra was 9 months sober. Sierra had reconnected with Cal about 7 months ago, right before he and Maggie married. He'd visited her twice since and called her regularly. He'd begun lobbying for her move to Colorado a few months ago. For the 8 years previous, they'd been in touch, but not much a part of each other's lives, and for that she had regrets. Those years had been especially difficult for Cal. The past 5 years had been brutal. His first wife, Lynn, had suffered from scleroderma, a painful, fatal disease, and had passed away 3 years ago. Cal had been a lost soul. If she'd been a better sister, she might have offered her support. But that was in the past, and the future was her opportunity. She hoped they could rebuild the close relationship they'd once had and become family again. Right before she'd started the long trek south to Colorado, Cal had shared a secret. He was going to be a father. Sierra was thrilled for him. He would never know how much she looked forward to a baby. She would be an auntie. Since she would never have children of her own, this was an unexpected gift. Cal Jones lay back against the pillows, his fingers laced behind his head, sheet drawn to his waist. He watched Maggie preen naked in front of the full-length mirror, checking her profile. "We got a thing going on, me and Mrs. Jones," he said, his voice husky. She really didn't show much yet, just the tiniest curve where her waist had been. She kept smoothing her hand over it. "I passed the dreaded first 3 months with no issues," she said. She beamed at him, her eyes alive. "I'm not sick. I feel great. I'm going to tell my dad it's okay to tell his friends now." "Don't be too surprised if you find he already has." "I wouldn't be at all surprised." He watched her with pride. Thin as a reed with that little bump that he put there, her smile wistful and almost angelic. She wanted the baby as much as he did. She thrilled with each day it grew in her. This baby had healed something in her, and it filled him with a new hope. She was more beautiful now than she'd ever been. "Mrs. Jones, you have to either get dressed or come over here and do me." She laughed. "I already did you. Magnificently, I might add." "I said thank you." She reached for her underwear, then her jeans, then her sweatshirt. The show was over. Now he'd have to wait all day to have her alone again. "It's time for you to get to work. I need a house. Tom will be here any time. I'm going over to Sully's store," Maggie said. There was much cleanup and restoration to do at her dad's general store and campground at Sullivan's Crossing. It was the 1st of March, and it wouldn't be long before the campers and hikers started coming in force. Cal and Maggie were living in the barn they were renovating into a big house with the guidance of Tom Cannaday, a local with some amazing carpentry and other building skills. Tom had good subcontractors to help, speeding up the process. Maggie and Cal had married last October, and while the roof and exterior were being reinforced and sealed, dormers added to what were once haylofts, the wiring refreshed, the interior gutted and windows installed where there had been none. They'd been living at Sully's in his basement. Tom, Cal, and a few extra hands had finally finished off a bedroom and functional bathroom, along with a semi-functional kitchen. That bedroom on the ground floor would eventually be Cal's office when the house was finished. The proper master bedroom would be upstairs. They had a good seal on their temporary bedroom door so they could sleep there and not be overcome by sawdust or the dirt of construction. They'd been in residence 2 weeks, thanks to warmer weather and a good space heater. Maggie spent most of her free time at the store helping her dad. Then there were those 3 or 4 days a week she was in Denver where she practiced neurosurgery. On her practice days, she stayed at the Denver house she'd owned for several years. During her days away, Cal and Tom did the things that were noisiest, smelliest, and messiest. The pounding and sawing, cutting granite and quartz, applying the noxious sealer, installing the floors, sanding and staining. Every time Maggie came home, it was like Christmas. She'd find new stairs to the second floor, a bathtub, a new kitchen sink, ceramic tile on the kitchen floor, half a fireplace. But the most precious addition of all was the shop vac. That little beauty kept dirt, sawdust, spillage, and debris manageable. It was their goal to have the house finished before the baby came, due in October. Tom Cannaday was at the house, his truck backed up to the door, before Cal had finished making Maggie breakfast. Very likely by design. Cal got the eggs back out and started making more breakfast. Tom brought his 20-year-old son Jackson, something he did whenever Jackson had a day free of classes. In the cavernous great room, they sat at a long picnic table. Tom had thrown it together, and it became the table they ate at, spread plans on, used as a carpenter's bench, a desk when they held meetings. They met with subcontractors there, spread material samples or design renderings on it, looked through catalogs. It was truly multi-purpose. Once Maggie had gone to Sullivan's Crossing, the men were still seated at the picnic table, finishing a second cup of coffee, when there was a knock at the door. "She forget something?" Tom asked. "Maggie wouldn't knock," Cal said, going to the front door. Standing just outside on the step was a pretty girl with light brown hair streaked with honey. She had peachy skin and a pretty mouth stretched into a smile. She wore tight jeans with fashionably torn knees, but Cal guessed hers weren't purchased that way. Her hoodie was tied around her neck. The sight of her made his eyes glitter with happiness. "Well, you finally got around to me," he said. He lifted her off the ground with his hug. "How are you?" "Good. Brand new. I love this place." "You might get a little tired of it this month. March is pretty sloppy." "Yeah, that happens," she said. He looked beyond her to the little orange VW parked on the road. Not new, that's for sure. He thought he saw a piece of twine holding the front bumper in place. Then he looked back at his sister. "The pumpkin," she said with a smile. "You must have looked hard for that thing," he said. She came at a good price. "Hard to believe," he said facetiously. He always forgot how beautiful she was. She was 30 now, but still looked like a girl. He put a finger under her chin and tilted her face to look into her clear brown eyes. "How are you feeling?" he asked softly. "Never better," she said. "Really." "Are you going to stay here until you find something?" he asked. She shook her head. "Found something already. It's temporary, but clean, safe, comfortable, and convenient. The hostel in town. It'll keep me very well while I look around some more." Sierra looked past him. Wires were hanging from the ceiling and sticking out of walls. Building debris was scattered everywhere. Stacks of wallboard, tarps, doors leaning against walls, piles of supplies from plumbing fixtures to hinges. "Love what you've done to the place, California." Someone cleared his throat, and Cal turned to see Tom and Jackson staring at Sierra with open mouths and wide-eyed wonder. "Oh, sorry, guys. Tom, Jackson, this is my sister, Sierra. Sierra, that's Tom and his son, Jackson. We're building together, remodeling the barn. Like I told you the last time we talked, it's going to be our house by the time the baby comes." "Amazing," she said, looking around the massive interior. "Put up some walls, California. You don't want to be living in an arena." "Right," he said, smiling. "Listen, guys, Sierra and I have some catching up to do. I want to take her over to Sully's to see Maggie. I'll be gone for a couple of hours, but I'll be back. You okay without me?" Jackson grinned. "Sometimes we're better without you." "Way to pump my ego," Cal said. "See you in a while." He pulled the door closed and steered Sierra toward her car. "Can I drive?" "The pumpkin? I guess. But she's very sensitive. You'll have to be gentle. Don't grind the gears or pump the brakes." She pulled a key out of the pocket of her tight jeans. "But why?" He grabbed it. "Indulge me. I want to see how it handles on these mountain roads." She slid into the passenger seat. "Okay, but no matter how much you love her, you can't have her." The first thing he did was grind the gears. "Sorry," he said. She groaned. He was smoother then, driving around the foothills. There were a lot of sharp turns, uphill and downhill grades, narrow roads that briefly widened, and some amazing mountain vistas. At a widened lookout, Cal pulled the pumpkin right up to the edge and stopped. "Not bad, Sierra," he said. "Kinda creaky, isn't she?" "She likes me better," Sierra said. "I have a sweet touch, and you're a clod." "It suits you, this little orange ball. How was your drive down?" "Pretty. A little rainy. Colorado is beautiful." "I worried, thinking about you making that drive all alone when I could have ridden with you." She laughed outright. "God, I needed to be alone more than you'll ever know. Do you have any idea how rare time alone was for me the last 9 months?" "That wasn't one of the things I thought about," he admitted. He'd spent all his energy fearing her relapse, or worse. "I've been living with people for 9 months, first in rehab and then in a group home. It taught me a lot, I'm the first to admit that, but it also drove me crazy. For a long day on the road, I could actually hear the inside of my head. My first day in Timberlake, there were elk right in the town, on the main street, weaving through the cars." "I've never seen anything like that. I've heard it happens, but never saw it." He gave her knee a pat. "Tell me if there's anything you need. If there's anything I can do to make this move, this transition, easier for you." She shook her head. "Nothing at the moment. I planned it very carefully, down to the tiniest detail. If I need anything, I'll be sure to let you know." "You're being very brave," he said. "You left your support system and came all the way to—" "I have a phone, Cal. I'm in touch with my sponsor and will be going to meetings now and then, looking for a local sponsor. I'm in touch with a couple of the women in recovery I lived with the last 6 months. We shore each other up and—" She took a breath. "And I'm not fragile, all right? See? No sweaty palms. It's all cool. I'm excited about being here." "You never said what did it. What finally got you in rehab?" Cal and his late wife Lynn had tried an intervention, offering support if she'd consider sobriety, but it was a failure. Sierra wasn't interested. She said they were overreacting. "Listen, something you should understand. I didn't know I had a problem, okay? I should have, but I didn't. I thought I drank a little too much sometimes, like everyone. I kept meaning to do better, but it wouldn't last long. I mean, I hardly ever missed work. I never got a DUI, never got DTs when I didn't drink, and even though I did things I regretted because of alcohol, I thought that was my fault, not the booze. I decided to give rehab a try, but I honestly thought I'd go into treatment and learn that everyone else had a problem, and I was actually just an idiot who didn't always use good judgment. But it didn't work out that way. Now I know all the things I should have known a long time ago." She chuckled and looked out at the view. "Imagine my surprise." "I thought you were doing a lot of drugs," he said. "Hardly ever," she said. "I didn't need drugs. I was busy drinking." He was quiet for a long moment. "I'm really proud of you," he finally said. 9 months is good," he said. "It's excellent, to tell the truth. And I'll be honest, in the early days, I wasn't very confident of 9 days. But here we are. Now you, tell me something. What does it feel like knowing you're going to be a daddy?" He felt his face grow into that silly smile he'd been wearing lately whenever he thought about Maggie. "Unbelievable. Overwhelming. I was getting used to the idea this wouldn't happen to me." "But it's not a surprise, is it?" she asked. "The baby?" "Nah. We wanted a family. Maggie's way more fertile than she bargained for. It happened right away. We're still getting used to the idea, but it feels great. You'll see someday." She was shaking her head. "I don't think so. Don't get me wrong, I look forward to being an auntie, but I'm not all that into the mommy scene. I didn't grow up looking after little kids like you did." "You saying you don't like kids?" he asked. "I love kids," she said, "when they're someone else's. But can I ask a personal question? Sure, be gentle with me, he said, but he smiled when he said it. Do you ever worry about the schizophrenia thing? Their father, Jed, was schizophrenic, and he wasn't medicated. Rather, he was self-medicated. He smoked pot every day. It kept the delusions a little quieter. Jed was, quite honestly, crackers, and schizophrenia sometimes ran in families. I worry about everything, including that. It appears Jed didn't inherit his disease or pass it on, unless someone's holding back information. But I have Maggie. She's much more logical and pragmatic. She began listing things we could worry about. The list was long. It covered everything from childhood cancers and illnesses to teenage pregnancy, and she suggested, firmly, that we deal with each problem as it appears. You have to remember, Maggie handles catastrophic head injuries and brain tumors for a living. You can't scare her. And if mental illness is one of our problems, trust me, we'll be managing it in a different way than Jed does. He paused. How are they? I saw them briefly before I left, and they're exactly the same. Mom said she was glad I was going to be around you, that you probably needed me. I have no idea where she got that idea. I told her not to tell anyone but Sedona and Dakota where I was. I don't know who would ask, but I want to cut ties with that old life. I mean, I still have my Des Moines support, but we don't give out information on each other. Mom was fine. Dad was getting ready for a big security briefing of some kind. In other words, he's in Jed's world. You call them, don't you? I haven't talked to them in a couple of weeks. I've been busy with the barn. I'll check in. Sierra, are there debts to clear or something? No, she assured him. I just don't need anyone from rehab or my old party days tracking me down. I'm good. If you have issues like that, tell me. Better to straighten it out than ignore it. I don't have those kinds of issues, Cal. Okay. But if I can help, just get settled. I worry about them too, Cal, she said. But there's nothing we can do, he reminded her. Let's go find Maggie. She's dying to meet you in person. Sierra drove the pumpkin, following Cal's directions, to Sullivan's Crossing. As she oohed and awed at the scenery, she thought one of the great things about rehab had been learning she wasn't the only person with a totally screwed-up family. Given the fact that her sister Sedona and brother Dakota were living functional and what appeared to be normal, conventional lives, it seemed to boil down to her parents. And all because Jed didn't want to be treated for his schizophrenia, and Marissa, her mother, didn't push him. Crazy parents weren't unusual in rehab. In fact, the number of people who'd been drinking or drugging their way through delusions was astonishing. She had told a small lie. She told it cheerfully and with good intentions. Truthfully, she wished she could have children. But there were multiple problems with that idea. First, she had a very bad history with men. She chose the worst ones imaginable. And second, not only did she have to deal with schizophrenia in the family tree, but also addiction, which also tended to run in families. How could she risk cursing a child with such afflictions? Add to that, you'd have to trust yourself a great deal to be a good parent, and she wasn't even close. Self-doubt was her constant companion. You get to see this scenery every day, she said to her brother. I was mainly coming here because you and Maggie are here, but it's an amazingly beautiful place. I wonder if you ever get used to it, he said. I still can't believe I'm lucky enough to live here. How'd you end up here? She asked. You know, he said, wandering, trying to find myself, sort of. Sort of? I was roaming. It's in our genes. Plus, he hesitated. I was looking for a place for Lynn, a place for her ashes. I gave her my word. I'd leave her in a beautiful place, and then I'd let her go. And did you? Sierra asked. He was quiet for a moment. I found a beautiful place. By that time, I'd met Maggie, and my life started over. He reached over and touched her knee. Your turn to start over, kid. Yeah, she said, suddenly feeling tired, scared. It came upon her at the weirdest times, That fear she'd turn out to be a failure. Again. Right. And looks like a great place to do that. I think of this as home, Cal said. We never really had a home. We had the farm, she said. Sort of. You had more of that than I did, he said. Their parents, who described themselves as free spirits, hippies, free thinkers, and nonconformists, raised their family on the road, living in a bus converted into an RV, but it was really just a disguise. Jed was sick, and Marissa was his enabler and keeper. Marissa's parents had a farm in Iowa, and they landed there quite often, all of them helping on the farm and going to school in Pratt, Iowa, a small farming community. Then they'd take off again, on the road. By the time Sierra was 8, they'd settled on the farm full-time, taking care of the land for Grandma after Grandpa passed away. Cal finished high school there. Then he left to seek his fortune, to go to college with the help of scholarships and loans. She'd been only 10. He passed responsibility for her onto Sedona, next oldest. When Sierra was 12, Sedona left for college. She got herself a full ride and went to a hoity-toity women's university back east. And though she called, she rarely visited. When Sierra was 15, Dakota left, enlisting in the Army at the first opportunity. Then it was just Sierra. Sierra, with Jed and Marissa, counting the minutes until she could get away too. Not long after they all left her, she discovered beer and pot. The crossing, the place where Cal had found his woman and his second chance, did not look anything like Sierra had expected. It was a completely uninhabited campground. Little dirt paths were separated by trees, the foliage just beginning to turn leafy. The sites were dotted with little brick grills here and there. The picnic tables were all lined up by the side of a big old store with a wide porch that stretched the length of the building. There was a woman sweeping the porch. Had to be Maggie. She stopped sweeping, stared at them, smiled, and leaned her broom against the wall. She descended the steps just as they got out of the little car. "Sierra," she said, opening her arms. "How did you know?" She hugged her and then held her away to look at her. "You couldn't be anyone else. You belong to your brother as if you were his twin. Maybe I'll have a daughter and she'll look exactly like you." Sierra blushed. "Would that be a good thing?" "That would be perfect," Maggie said. Difficulties strengthen the mind as well as labor does the body. Seneca. Chapter 2. Sierra learned she'd arrived at the crossing in the middle of some serious cleanup. A skinny old guy named Frank was cleaning and stocking shelves. His wife Enid was giving the kitchen and pantry a good scouring. Sully was cleaning the rain gutters, and when he was done with that, he'd begin repairing and painting picnic tables. Maggie was going to hose down the porch, and then she was intent on raking up the patch of garden behind the house so they could get planting. But everything stopped when Sierra arrived. They gathered on the porch. A table was wiped off, warm buns and hot coffee were brought out for a little visiting, getting to know Sierra. "Don't you do too much," Cal said to Maggie. "Just take care of the bump." "We don't let her do too much," Enid said. "I got my eye on her," Sully said. "Don't know what all the fuss is about," Frank said. "Women been doing it since Eve. Exercise is good for her." "What?" he asked when he noticed everyone was glaring at him. "I just speak the damn truth." "That's a first," Maggie said. "I agree with Frank." "And I bet Frank just stays in trouble, don't you, Frank?" Sierra said. "Young woman, I've been working like a farmhand every day it don't rain," Frank informed her. "About damn time," Sully said. "Tom Canada is rounding up some boys from that county road crew he works with. Some fellas who need a little extra cash and can bring their own equipment. They'll give the grounds a good grooming, clean out my trench for the runoff from the snowpack melt, and cart off some heavy trash when they leave. I can fix and paint the picnic tables, spruce up the lavatory, showers, and laundry room. And while the yard crew is here, I'll get 'em to till up that garden." "I always thought running a campground would be easier than this," Sierra said. "Mud season," Maggie informed her. When the snow melts and the rain plagues us, there's a lot to do to restore the place before the campers start showing up again. We're coming up on spring break and Easter weekend, and from Memorial Day through summer, it's full almost all the time. Maybe I can help out, Sierra said. All eyes turned to her. It was quite a while before Sully spoke. Could you use a little extra money, girl? I was thinking of being helpful, she said. I have a job, but it's only part-time. I'm happy about that. I want some time to explore and, get settled in. I'd be happy to help out. That's very sweet, Maggie said. Are you going to stay with Cal and me? In the construction zone? She asked. Thanks, but I have a place. Oh? 3 people said at once. A hostel in town, she said. It's very nice. It's next to a bookstore. It's across from the diner where I'm going to work a few mornings a week. Midge Singleton's place? Sully asked. That's it, Sierra said. Sully leaned forward. Girl, that woman will stack bodies end on end, stuff as many people as she can in that place. It seems decent enough. She seems very nice, Sierra said defensively. I didn't say she wasn't nice, Sully said. I've known Midge over 30 years. She opened up that place when her husband died a long while back, and she means to make a good living on it. You got extra beds in your room? Just one, Sierra said. For a female in my general age range. She promised to let me have the room alone as long as she could, and that's just how a hostel works. I'd like to think she means that. I'd like to think that too, Cal grumbled. Here's another option, Sully said. You go ahead and try that hostel, but watch your stuff. Let Midge lock things up for you. She'll do that. If you don't like it so much, I have empty cabins. There's a shower and bathroom in each one. That's awful nice, but... You can have one of them if you want, Sully said. I ain't gonna put another camper in your bed with you, no matter how full up we get. Cal laughed and Maggie winced. What's the rent on one of those cabins? Sierra asked. Well, let me think, he said. He rubbed the back of his neck. Bathroom needs regrouting. Picnic tables need paint. Porch on the store and at the house needs sealer painted on. Garden needs work and tending, and they're stocking daily in the store. 15 or 20 or so hours should cover a week. Easy. Then there's always the rumpus room, which is free. But you'd have to share a bathroom with an old man. Rumpus room? She asked. Our old apartment, Cal said. It's in the basement. The pipes clang sometimes, but it's comfortable. And no roommates. They visited for almost 2 hours when Sierra noticed that Sully was getting a little fidgety. Very likely he wasn't used to sitting around swilling coffee and yakking. I think it's about time I got Cal back to the barn and to work, or Maggie will never get her house. And Sully, give me a couple of days to figure out my schedule and the town, and I'll come around to lend a hand. I'm capable if you have better things to do, he said, standing up from the table and giving his jeans a yank up into place. Out of habit, Sierra picked up cups and napkins along with Maggie, carting them back to the kitchen. She stopped to look around a little bit, intrigued by the supplies that ranged from food to ropes to tools. There was even a bookshelf full of secondhand books. This place is a popular stop-off for campers and hikers, Maggie said. Through hikers who have taken on the Continental Divide Trail count on this place to restock and rest for a day or two. There's even a post office. They can pick up mail here. Are there a lot of them? Sierra asked. All summer, Maggie said. They're amazing. It's quite a conquest, the CDT. Is it a long trail? It's 3,100 miles from Mexico to Canada. Sierra gasped. Are you kidding me? Maggie shook her head. It's a pretty interesting group that passes through here in the summer. Everyone from hikers and rock climbers to families camping for vacation. There are quite a few RVs and fifth wheels here from spring through fall. Lots of people enjoying the wildflowers, and then later the autumn foliage. It's a beautiful place. You're so lucky to have grown up here, Sierra said. I didn't grow up here. My parents divorced when I was only 6. I didn't see my dad for years, then only as a visitor. I lived for some time here. I've always loved this place, and now I'm going to raise a family here. She absently ran a hand over her stomach. Pretty soon, too, Sierra observed. I hope you get the barn remodeled in time. Hopefully before the first snowfall on both. I'm going to have to make sure Cal gets a plow. Sierra went back to Timberlake and continued her exploration of the town. The hostel was right next door to the Little Colorado Bookstore, and like everyone in the Jones family, she felt the promise of books pulling her in. Books had always been their salvation, their only means of learning while they traveled, the only real entertainment they had. This store was tiny and packed to the rafters, specializing in books about Colorado, livestock and ranching, wildlife, history, mining, plants, crops, insects, anything and everything Colorado and its history, including lots of maps. They also carried fiction pertinent to the state. She learned that it wasn't a busy store, but the customers were steady. The owners were the Gibsons, Ernie and Bertrice, a couple in their 50s. They were more than eager to tell her all about the store, founded by Ernie's father a long while back. They liked to work the weekends when tourists were around because they were experts on both the state and the merchandise. They also did a big mail-order business. People contacted them from all over the world to find specialty books and other collectible volumes, valuable maps and papers that the owners had curated over the years. The store had 4 leather armchairs spaced around the stacks where people would sit to page through special books, and there was a long table in the back of the store where patrons could look at maps or loose papers. She noticed a man tucked back in a corner with a big book of maps balanced on his lap. He must have been in his 50s, or maybe older, but he had a familiar look about him. His hair was sparse on top, but he had a ponytail. He wore a t-shirt with a peace symbol on it, the popular local fashion of khaki shorts, hiking boots with white socks, and a pair of glasses balanced on his nose. With a start, she realized he looked a little like her father, at least in style. He had that aging hippie aura about him. Growing up with Jed had been filled with challenges, but Sierra loved him deeply. He was like a lost boy at times, and while he could go off on manic delusions for days on end, complex theatrics in which he was the star physicist or inspired prophet, she'd always found him amazing. She was a teenager before she understood that inside his mind must be a maze of confusion. But Jed had always been a gentle man. They were all so lucky that way. He was nonviolent, and if you ignored the fact that his behavior was crazy as a loon, highly functional. And he was sweet to Sierra. She was the baby of the family, and Jed and Cal both doted on her. It was kind of magical in a way. Jed was nuts, and Cal was like the white knight, always making sense out of chaos. The man in the chair looked up at her. Grumpy. So Sierra did what she did best. She smiled at him. He smirked, but she knew she had melted him a little bit. Since she was a little girl, she'd known how to charm her way out of a bad situation. She walked around town a little bit, stopping in at the diner for a mid-afternoon ice cream. She chatted with the waitress, Lola, a 40-ish woman with 2 kids. Lola had been working in that diner for years, when she was married with small children, when she was divorced and a single mother, now still single, working 2 jobs and trying to finish her education by going to school part-time. Lola gave Sierra the gossip on the diner, what the boss was like, which fry cooks were dependable, who on the kitchen crew would back her up. She also told her where to buy the khaki shorts and white golf shirts that would be her uniform at the diner. Sierra wandered the town after that, dropping in at the drugstore, checking out the small grocery. She noted 2 law offices, a small storefront clinic, a hair salon and barber shop. There was a furniture store, custom designs. There were 3 small art galleries, 1 liquor store, 1 jewelry store, a bank, a consignment shop that tied up some time as she browsed, 2 churches, and the fire department. The guys were washing down one of the rigs in the drive. Nice eye candy. The police department was just across the street from the fire department. The next day, she drove to Leadville to buy her uniform and spent the day looking around that town. She found a bigger bookstore and a great little grill that served wonderful burgers. She then drove out to the barn to check in with Cal, who was up to his eyebrows in what appeared to be crown molding. There was a lot of hammering and sawing going on upstairs, and Cal was painting the molding. She told him all about Timber Lake and Leadville, as if he didn't know for himself. Maggie came back from Sully's, dirty from gardening, and informed Sierra she would be joining them for dinner, then went off to shower and change. The next few hours proceeded like a beautifully choreographed dance. Sierra ran the shop vac around, while Cal cleaned up his paintbrushes and folded up the tarps. Tom and his son came downstairs covered with sawdust, and Sierra laughingly vacuumed them off. Tom and Cal had a beer, and some corn chips and salsa were put out. Sierra had a Diet Coke with Jackson, while Maggie, refreshed, fixed herself orange juice. Cal began to putter in the kitchen, getting chicken ready to put on the grill. Tom and Jackson left, and the three of them were like a small, cordial family. Maggie told Sierra to be sure to check on Cal while she was in Denver working. The dinner of chicken and vegetables, casually thrown together, was delicious and nutritious. Then the dishes were cleaned up. It was like the fantasies Sierra had. Fantasies of a family, of feeling normal, of belonging. She watched as Cal was kissing Maggie's neck and rubbing her belly. Then she remembered it wasn't really hers. It was their life, and she was a guest. Sierra borrowed trouble and darkness. It was a bad habit, a dirty little secret she kept. Deep inside, you're very lonely and unhappy, her inner voice reminded her. I have to get going, she said. Thanks for dinner and everything. Don't run off, Maggie said. Don't you have to get up early and head for Denver? Sierra asked. Not that early, she said. Get some sleep, Sierra said. I'll see you in a few days. As she drove back to Timber Lake, she asked herself, can I make this work? Must I always feel like some weird outsider? She knew that Cal and Maggie weren't doing that to her. When she got back to town, still early in the evening, there seemed to be a lot of activity in the hostel. Sure enough, a group of young girls had come in and they were loud. There was lots of laughing, shouting, talking at the top of their voices. She got to her room and saw a duffel on the second bed in her room, but the rambunctious girls were just a room or two away. Well, Sierra wasn't going to undress for bed in that case. Most of her belongings were in her car, and she had only her backpack with her. She'd go back to her car in the morning for fresh clothing and shower and change then. This was the downside of staying in a hostel. It was a busy young people's kind of place, and one traded privacy for cheap housing. She sat on her bed and dug around in her backpack for something to read. Out in the car, she had several books on recovery that were nearly memorized by now. She didn't feel like that tonight. She pulled out her copy of Pride and Prejudice. It was battered all to hell. Sierra carried 3 novels: Pride and Prejudice, Forever Amber, and Gone with the Wind. That pretty much established her as a tragic but hopeful romantic. It had been hard to leave Wuthering Heights behind, and that was telling. No happy endings for Sierra. Not yet. The noise escalated, and Sierra hoped someone would complain. Mrs. Singleton didn't stay the night in the hostel. She had her own small house in town. The young man who was left in charge for the night was pretty social. He might not mind the noise, or the girls. When Sierra had checked in, there were no single rooms, and Mrs. Singleton said that chances were good no one would need a bed in a double, and if anyone did, it would most certainly only be let to a woman. She opened her book, midway, hungry for a little of Mr. Darcy's evolution from aloof snob into a real hero. She put her smartphone on one of her music downloads, her earbuds in her ears, and settled in to ignore the noise of girls having fun. She didn't last long. Less than an hour passed when she went downstairs and told John, the young man in charge, he'd have to do something about the noise. I've talked to them a couple of times, he said. College girls. I don't want to ask them to leave if I can avoid it. A little bit later, one of the girls stumbled into the room. She looked about 18. And she was drunk. Remy, she greeted with a slur. Crap, Sierra said. You're drunk. Just a little, she said, then hiccuped. She held out a fifth of whiskey. Want a little? Before Sierra could even answer, the girl fell on the bed, face down, dropping the fifth so it spilled onto the rug. "That's that, then," Sierra said, looking back at her book. But the girl stank. The room smelled of whiskey, and she was, of course, snoring like a freight train. The odds were good she'd end up sick. Sierra packed up her things. She went downstairs and right out the door without saying a word to John. She'd work it all out later, ask for a refund. Right now, she was feeling like this whole idea, all this bloody do-it-alone crap, was the biggest mistake of her life. She was on the verge of tears, but Sierra never cried. She punished herself by holding it fiercely and stoically inside. She could call Cal and Maggie, but she didn't want to. What would they think? That Sierra, the emotional cripple, was going to hang on to them forever and they'd never be free? That 3 days in Timberlake and she was falling apart? So much for independence. She'd always be the baby to Cal, even though she was 30 and had done some hard living. She sat on a bench outside the dark barber shop and called her old sponsor and former roommate, Beth. The phone went straight to voicemail. She said, "Just me. Everything is fine." Then she disconnected. Well, so much for that. Her phone rang immediately. Beth. "It's late," Beth said. "What's wrong?" "I'm just a little screwed up. My head is on wrong. Staying in a hostel and got a drunk roommate. She can't be 21. Not that that ever stopped me. But I can't be in that smell. I'm sitting on a bench on the main street of this little dinky town, and the only action is down the street at the only bar and grill, and I can't think. I can't move. I don't want this to be a mistake. Maybe I'm not ready. Jesus, it doesn't take much to send me off the rails, I guess." "When did you last go to a meeting?" Beth asked. "It's been a while," she said. "I'm not really settled in yet." "I guess you're not if you're staying in a hostel. Weren't you going to be with your brother?" "I never intended to stay with him," Sierra said. "He's just married 6 months or so, and they're pregnant. I'd be in the way. I want to see him a lot, not live with him. I have to figure this out." "Here's what I want you to do. If there's a meeting tonight, go to it. Then I want you to go to a motel. Worry about money later. Hit the first meeting of the day tomorrow. It might even be a 2-meeting day. No more hostel business. You don't want to be living with a bunch of college kids on a vacation bender." "The lady said they were strict." "Uh-huh," Beth said. "Another thing that never stopped you. Talk to someone at a meeting about a sponsor. You shouldn't fly solo in a new town. You should have someone you can call if only to go for coffee in the next few hours. Are you hungry? Tired?" "Nothing like that. Just depressed. Why, I have no idea. My brother and sister-in-law pulled me right in. This place is beautiful. Some drunk girl stumbled into my bedroom and stank up the place. That's a good reason to be irritated, not depressed." "We don't need a reason," Beth reminded her. "Find a safe, warm place tonight and call me in the morning. Find a meeting." "I will," Sierra said. "I'll wait while you look," Beth said. Sierra gave a heavy sigh. She checked her phone app, a meeting locator. She did a little clicking. "Looks like I missed the last one. 10 o'clock in Leadville, a 30-minute drive. Midnight meeting in Denver, a long drive. But there's a 7 o'clock in the morning. I hate being the new kid." Beth laughed. "Come on, there's a long list of things to hate." "I want to be strong," Sierra said. Beth laughed again. "Good luck with that. That one never works." "We don't pray for control," Sierra recited silently. "We are powerless." "Think you can make that early one in the morning?" "Yeah, sure." "Can you find a place to stay?" "Yeah, there are places around. And there's always my brother. One night wouldn't kill him." "Or you?" "Or me," she said. "Okay, I think I have a handle on it now." Beth asked her to recite exactly what she was going to do. The little grocery was still open. She'd get some snacks, maybe a pre-made sandwich if they had some. Chips and a soda, maybe a cupcake or something. She'd find a warm, safe place to stay for the night, hit an early meeting, but by morning she'd feel a lot better and have a good plan. It was amazing to her how fast that feeling of hopelessness could come over her. It was usually like this, a stack of relatively small issues. Being the third person at a table, the odd one, her brother kissing his new wife, and the envy she had that he had somehow managed to rebuild his life. She suddenly thought, I will never have that. Then the noise of partying in the hostel, the drunk girl. Any one or even two of those things wouldn't have screwed up her head. Sierra was, if anything, resilient. She knew how to hunker down, breathe deeply, offer up a prayer or two, get through it. She worried that maybe she was given to some mental illness. Not the same as Jed's. She didn't have imaginary friends. But she believed she leaned toward depression. She'd voiced that in a meeting once, and at least 5 people said, duh. Impossible as it was for her to comprehend, she was still grieving the loss of her crutch, her best friend, her savior. Of course, that crutch broke under her weight. That friend betrayed her. The savior cast her into hell. She pulled her sleeping bag out of the trunk and put it in the pumpkin's small back seat. Then she went to the grocery. They were just closing up, so she turned on her fake smile and begged a favor. A few snacks if she could be quick. Got the munchies? The clerk asked snidely. A huff of laughter escaped her. I'm not high, she said, incredulous. I'm staying at the hostel and there's nothing to eat. Make it quick, he said. Clearly, he didn't believe her. Sorry for the inconvenience, she said, heading for a refrigerated section that contained a few deli items. She grabbed a sandwich, a couple of hard-boiled eggs, a large kosher pickle, and added a soda and bag of chips on her way out. As an afterthought, she added a couple of candy bars. She wasn't even hungry, but she'd be damned if she'd be caught with nothing on hand. Just having some supplies made her feel more secure. There was no way she was going to Cal and Maggie, though she knew they'd be happy to find her a space. It was so important to her that Cal and Maggie think she had it together. She decided to go to the crossing. That Sully, he seemed like a pretty simple, straightforward guy. He wasn't too deep or complicated, she could see that. And it was a campground. She'd camp. It wasn't too cold, given her sweatshirt and sleeping bag. Her flashlight was charged, she had food and drink, there was a public bathroom. She'd snuggle up in the back seat, read her book and snack, and if she ran into any trouble, like a bear or something, she could outrun it in the pumpkin. Or she could lay on the horn until Sully woke up. That's right, Sierra. Wake up a little old man to fight off your bear, she thought to herself. But nothing would go wrong. In the morning, she'd just tell him the hostel filled up with college kids and she wasn't the partying kind. She was more the kind to have a quiet and private night. Best to ask about that cabin. She'd be more than happy to work around the crossing for a room. Her first surprise was that she could even find the crossing. It was awfully dark on these backcountry roads. It was after 10 and she didn't pass a single car. Fortunately, there was a bright moon and Sully had some lights on at the grounds. There were a couple of small campers and a car parked by one of the cabins, and even in the dark she could see progress had been made on the cleanup in just a matter of days. She parked right between the store and Sully's house where he would see her car first thing. She didn't want to shock or worry the old guy. Then she crawled into the back seat, snuggled into her sleeping bag, and looked at her phone. She still had plenty of charge for the night. She pulled out her nifty little booklight that fit around her neck like a necklace shining in front of her. Her bag of groceries sat on the car floor on one side of the bump, her open backpack on the other. If nature called in the night, the light on her cell phone would get her to the loo. She pulled out Pride and Prejudice again. Just like her other favorite romances, the hero was very masculine and a little cruel, just like real life, Sierra style. Her throat hurt a little as she fought the release of tears. She denied herself tears. It was her penance for all her sins, the pain of holding in the tears. Someday, when she'd suffered enough, she imagined the floodgates would open and she'd cry till she drowned. But not tonight. She drank some soda to take the ache away. It wasn't long before she nodded off in her book, cozy as a bug in a rug. She was roused in what seemed like seconds by a tapping on her window. Startled, she woke to see Sully tapping with his flashlight. It was still dark. Was he frowning? Bo, the yellow lab, had his forelegs up on the door, panting excitedly. Bo seemed to be smiling. She opened the window a crack. "Coffee's on," Sully said. He walked into the store. The keenest sorrow is to recognize ourselves as the sole cause of all our adversities. Sophocles. Chapter 3. Sierra took a brief detour through the bathroom, backpack over one shoulder. She washed her face, brushed her teeth, and ran a brush through her hair. She wondered if Sully was angry. It was a campground, after all. She wandered into the store. In the back was the kitchen and a short breakfast bar with just 3 stools. Sully stood behind the bar, which also served as the checkout point for purchases. He was staring into a steaming cup of coffee. Behind him at the back door, Bo was inhaling his breakfast in great greedy gulps, tail wagging. Sierra climbed up on a stool a little sheepishly. Quiet. Sully took a swallow of his coffee and slowly turned toward the little kitchen. He brought her a cup of coffee, then pushed the cream and sugar toward her. "You mad?" she asked. He didn't look at her. "Ain't worth a damn before my coffee." "Ah," she said. So she left him to it. She stirred some cream and sugar into her cup and took a slow, luxurious sip. Excellent coffee, she thought. It would be slightly more excellent if the sun was at least up. Maybe, if they became friends, she could point out to him that he might like the morning better if he slept until the sun at least began to rise. As for herself, it was as she'd predicted. She felt fresh and new. Apparently her demons decided to sleep in. "How's your neck?" Sully asked. "My neck? It's fine. Why?" "You were sleeping like a pretzel. Wasn't it a little cold?" "Nah, I was toasty. I had my sweatshirt on and my sleeping bag is great. I wouldn't have slept in the car if it was predicted to freeze." "You Joneses," he said. "You really know how to make do." She laughed. "You were right about Mrs. Singleton's hostel. It filled up with college girls who were oh so happy to be on a vacation. They were loud. And I scored a roommate, surprise, surprise. She was drunk and passed out on the bed. I used to be a lot more flexible." "That's so?" he asked. In for a penny, in for a pound, she decided. She was going to be asking for a cabin if he proved tractable, and he was Cal's father-in-law. Well, specifically, I was usually the one who passed out. Sobriety is kind of startling, and at times inconvenient. She took another sip. "You know about me, right?" "Know what about you?" he said, refilling his half-empty cup. She told him her story, the abbreviated version. She was a recovering alcoholic, sober 9 months. She'd been reunited with Cal while she was still in rehab, right before Cal and Maggie got married. She was in AA, the second day standing for Anonymous. "But I figured Cal would have mentioned something about me," she added. "Not a lot," Sully said. She gave a short, unamused laugh. "Someday I'm going to learn to play my cards close to my vest like that." "Did you or didn't you know?" she asked directly. "He mentioned you were in the hospital, and he wanted to visit you before he and Maggie married. I think he wanted to know if you inherited your father's malady, the mental illness." "I wanted to know that too. I didn't." "I guess that's lucky, huh?" "It's not too late," she said. "That's so. And how old was your dad when he succumbed?" Sully asked. "As close as we can figure out, he was in his early 20s, but he had some symptoms he and everyone around him tried to ignore. Like, he was brilliant. I think under his schizophrenia, he's still brilliant. It's just all twisted up." "Your brother seems pretty smart. Is it possible those two things aren't really connected?" "Huh?" she asked. "The smart and the crazy?" Sully asked. She just shrugged. She'd asked herself that a lot. because it was horrible to be afraid of intelligence, especially one's own intelligence.
I got the feeling they aren't the same thing, smart and crazy. There's some autistic kids from a group home come around in the summer. Not a one of them could pass an IQ test of any kind, and some of them are just downright brilliant, you know? Memories like steel traps, math skills you wouldn't believe, musical talents that knock me over. They're a hoot. You should know them.
Do you know them? She asked.
Some, he said. I get on with the autistic kids just fine. That's probably because I ain't all that smart to start with, but I have a talent or two. Not like them, that's for sure. We open the grounds up to some youth groups now and then. You just don't know how trapped they feel till you see 'em on the trails or in the lake. They cut loose.
Then he grinned in a way that showed the pure joy in him. And Sierra fell in love. Right then. Who told you weren't all that smart? She asked him.
The smile stayed. Girl, no one had to tell me. More coffee?
No, this is good enough. I don't want to get the wiggles. Listen, about that cabin?
It's all cleaned up and ready for you,
he said.
I knew you'd come around. Besides, I think this place helps.
Helps what? He looked reluctant to answer.
I don't know. Helps what ails you. I see it happen all the time, and people need all different things. Your brother, for example. I had no idea what he needed, but he hung around, made himself useful now and again, even before I needed a hand. And eventually he stole my daughter right out from under my nose. It worked for me, way back when I came home after the war. Of course, it took a while before I managed to get what I needed. I wasn't that much older than you.
Oh? I'd love to hear about that, she said.
Well, I think it's boring to everyone but me. I'll tell you one or two things if you'll eat a sticky bun.
Deal, she said, smiling.
Let me fetch one and put it in the microwave, he said. It's better warm.
He took a moment to do that. Then he took her cup away and refilled it anyway, bringing the coffee and pastry to her.
My grandpa built this place. He left it to my dad. My dad planned to leave it to me. I didn't have much interest in it, to be honest. I had bigger plans. But my dad needed me home. I could see that. My mother died while I was in Vietnam, and the Red Cross got me home for that, but it wasn't till I was in my 30s that I found a wife and brought her back here. But she was a terrible wife, and I was an even worse husband. In spite of that, we had Maggie. It took 6 years before my wife got fed up and left me.
He raised a thick, graying eyebrow.
Bored yet?
She licked icing off her fingers and shook her head.
She took Maggie. I'm the first to admit I was crap for a father. I sulked, yelled, wandered off without a word sometimes, argued over anything. Didn't know beans about school lessons or homework, had no patience, drank too much whenever I got irritated, and I got irritated pretty often. I had a tone of voice, I'm told, that would scare bears off. I treated my dogs better than my family, and it made no sense because I loved my family. Well, the truth is I didn't love Phoebe all that much after the first few months. But then she didn't love me much either. We were wrong for each other from the start. I brood while she fusses. She needles and I yell. Then I sat out here in the store and drank until she was asleep. But I loved Maggie, and I wanted to do right by her. So I had to start my life over. I reckon you have some experience with that, huh?
Sierra nodded and licked the sweet icing off her lips. How'd you do it?
The hard way. I fished a lot, worked till I dropped, suffered in silence, forced myself to do things I had no use for, like making a bed and washing clothes. It was one thing to keep up the grounds for the customers. Even I wasn't too stupid to know I needed money to eat. But taking care of myself, cleaning my own surroundings, that took willpower. It was a pretty horrible process. But there were some things I had to do if I'd ever have my family back.
He rubbed a hand along the back of his neck.
I wasn't too keen on having Phoebe back. Jesus, that woman's the biggest pain in the ass. But I thought maybe if there was a God, she'd get hit by a bus or something, and Maggie would come back. I was bound to be ready if that happened. I tried to read.
He laughed at himself.
I was never going to be as smart as Maggie or even that damn Phoebe, but I was determined not to be a complete dunce.
He took a drink of his coffee.
I hung up the beer mug. No fanfare, no meetings, no bugles or drum roll. Just retired the mug.
She swallowed. Are you a friend of Bill W.'s?
How's that?
Sully asked. Are you an alcoholic?
Hell if I know,
he said.
It probably depends on who you ask. I didn't have a thing to drink for years, then I had a beer on a hot day, and old Frank, he said I was a damn fool to even think about it. When I was a younger man, I drank too much now and then. More than now and then. I was certainly headed for trouble. It was only a matter of time, and I knew it. Nowadays, I have limits. What I learned, what I wanted to tell you about, I learned I didn't have to go through all the agony I went through. And I'm not talking about liquor.
What are you talking about? She asked. What she wanted to ask was, what does this have to do with me?
I didn't have to do it all alone, he said. No matter who reached out to me, offered a hand, pulled up a chair to talk a spell, I froze them out and went my own way. It was every bit as terrible as I hoped it would be. I wanted to suffer, I guess.
But you and Maggie are together now.
It took a few years before I was in good enough shape to see her, to take care of her. She's still pissed about that, by the way.
Then he laughed.
She's a pistol. I guess she comes by it naturally. According to Maggie, I didn't fight for her. What she'd want with a father like me, I have no idea. But by the time Phoebe let her come to visit, I'd laid most of my ghosts to rest.
How? She wanted to know. If you didn't go to rehab, or meetings, or counseling, or...
Did I say I never went to meetings or counseling? Sully asked. Maybe not the same ones you go to. There's a group of Vietnam vets that look out for each other. That's where I first met Frank, and I ain't got shed of him since. We try to do some nice things for the community, keep an eye out for our brothers. When I found out I was part of a group, things got better. Easier. Just so you know, little girl, you're part of a group. You got people here.
Sierra felt that raw scrape in her throat again and took another drink of her coffee to soothe it.
And another thing, you got the land,
Sully said.
Now I'll be the first to admit, I tend to take it for granted. But you get out there on the trail a little bit and you pray to whatever entity you want, whatever great being made these mountains and forests, and I'm not kidding, answers come. I didn't just make it up. All these lunatics that march through here all summer while they're taking on as much of the CDT as they can manage will tell you the same. Your brother did that, didn't he?
It wasn't a question.
He got out on the trail and had a little nature, then he was square. His head wasn't a corkscrew anymore.
Sully, she said, laughing, maybe inappropriately. He was looking for a beautiful place to let his wife's ashes go.
They must have found it because he snatched up my daughter the minute he got back.
You're not unhappy about that, are you? She asked.
Hell no. Those two are giving me a grandchild. If you want the truth, the last man Maggie got herself involved with, I actually feared what it might be if they had a child together.
I can't wait to hear that story, she said.
That one ain't mine to tell,
he said. Something tells me you'd take pleasure in it, she said, finishing the last of her sticky pastry and licking her fingers.
The thing that irritated me the most about Maggie's last fella, he didn't seem to take any notice of how lucky he was that Maggie gave him the time of day. Arrogant fool. I bet he's suffering now.
Sierra grinned. Despite what you say, I bet you were a wonderful father.
I'd like to meet your parents,
Sully said. My parents? She asked. Oh, Sully, hasn't Cal told you about Jed and Marissa? They raised us mostly in a converted school bus, on the road. Sometimes we picked vegetables to make ends meet. We hardly went to school. Jed has a serious screw loose. Last time I saw him, he was wearing an aluminum foil beanie on his head. He was the first person to give me a joint.
Yet the lot of you came up good. I met your other brother and your sister at the wedding. How do you suppose the lot of you managed to be so normal? And smart? She shrugged.
Aside from Cal, maybe we're not. Sedona is so controlling we can't visit longer than 2 days. And Dakota. No one knows Dakota. He's been to war so many times he's got to have some serious issues. Then there's me. She decided to take another drink of her coffee rather than expound.
"You're a little hard on yourself," he said. "That's okay. I understand that. But put that on your list of things to work out. What you got in your childhood to prepare you for this life. And what you might do to give yourself a break."
Sierra wanted to sit at that lunch counter and visit with Sully all morning. But she had made commitments. She promised to call Beth, for one thing. She met Beth in recovery and asked her to be her sponsor. Beth had 5 years under her belt, but that was about all they had in common. Beth was 45, had 2 teenage sons. Talk about a reason to drink. A mean ex-husband, a large extended family, and her parents were elderly, but healthy and active. When Sierra finally decided to move to Colorado, she and Beth talked about staying in touch, at least for a while, but Sierra had promised to find a sponsor in her new home. There was a meeting in Leadville at 7. It was being held in a rec center, and when she arrived, she read the marquee at the front door for the room number. There was also a sleeve of pamphlets that listed all the classes and activities for the center. AA, yoga, Pilates, water aerobics, and a variety of other things. There were groups and classes for all ages all day long, but in the evenings there was a veritable smorgasbord of support. Solo parenting, grief group, singles, Nicotine Anonymous, AA, Al-Anon, and Alateen. She could smell the coffee. One thing about AA, the setting was almost always familiar. The folding chairs, the podium, the big box of donuts next to the disposable coffee cups. She was a little early, and there were only a few people milling around. One of them was that sourpuss from the bookstore. So she smiled at him again. His expression softened only slightly, but he approached her.
"I don't think we've met," he said. "I'm Moody."
"I'm so sorry," she said. "Didn't you sleep well?"
"My name is Moody," he said, clearly unamused.
Well, that would explain things. His mother named him Moody, and he spent the rest of his life living down to it. She put out her hand. "Sierra," she said. "I'm new in town. Well, not this town. I live near Timberlake, which is how I saw you in the bookstore."
"How long have you been around here?"
he asked. "Just a few days, but I found a job at that diner across from the bookstore. My brother and sister-in-law are nearby, and I was ready for a change. I lived in Iowa."
"Coffee?"
he asked.
"Donut?"
"I'm about coffeeed out already," she said. "I'll just sit down and wait till the meeting gets started." A few more people were straggling in. "Have you been coming to this meeting long?"
"Long,"
he said.
"Anything I can tell you about it?"
She shrugged. "I'm pretty familiar with the program. I'm 9 months sober," she said.
"Good for you,"
he said. His expression became more open, but he was stuck with that dour countenance.
"I'm happy for you,"
he added.
"You're young. Would you like to meet a few people?"
"Maybe after," she said, noticing still more people entering the room. "Thanks, though. That's nice of you." She had hoped this might be a small meeting, 5 or 6 people. By the time Moody was ready to begin, there were at least 30. He had his agenda, typed in large print and slit between protective plastic sleeves. Even that seemed almost universal. They had a prayer, recited the steps, called out to newcomers. Sierra jumped up just to get it out of the way. She still hated this part. "My name is Sierra," she said. "Hi, Sierra," they said in unison. "I just moved to the area, looking for a meeting, just meeting people." She explained she was in recovery 9 months, and they clapped for her. There were a few comments. This meeting was a good one before work. They called themselves the Sunny Side Up. There were 2 more newcomers, a woman about 50, fresh out of rehab, a guy about 30, here by court order and needing 30 days of signed chits. And then a guy stood up and said his name was Mark. He didn't add that he was an alcoholic, but Sierra thought, "We have a winner." His coloring was pale with splotches. He was trembling. His eyes were red and watering. He was a little stooped. His gut hurt. Chances were good he was just coming off a bender. They were going to corral him right after the meeting, she bet. Nothing more was required of him, just that he listen. And he might bolt, but they were already on to him. Something might have happened to get him to a meeting. His wife might have finally left him. He could have lost his job or spent one too many nights in jail. He didn't look like he'd been in a fight, just real hungover. As usual, she asked herself if she'd ever look that bad. When the meeting was over, people scattered pretty fast. This was, after all, a before-work meeting. Convenient. She met a couple of women who welcomed her and told her they hoped she'd join them again, and she said she probably would, but she wasn't sure of anything except one thing. She was going to scope out the locations and times of the meetings around her so she wasn't searching for one when she absolutely needed one. Maybe she'd come again. She liked Moody for no apparent reason. He might be grumpy, but he seemed steady. She went to Cal's to explain her new living space, and predictably he was thrilled to hear she'd be staying at the crossing. The next morning, she got up extra early knowing Sully would be up, but instead of rushing off to a meeting, she hung around at the breakfast bar until Enid and Frank showed up. After visiting with them for a while, she did a little cleanup in the store, then headed for the garden. After 2 hours in the garden, she took a nap, read her book for a while, washed some of her clothes, and offered to cook Sully's dinner. And she thought, my God, this is living. There was no television in her cabin, but Sully offered his if she wanted to watch TV.
Just lock the door when you go home,
he said. I'm surprised you lock doors around here, she said.
I forget most of the time, but lock yours. Every now and again we get a bad apple. Last spring, Maggie shot a lowlife who kidnapped a girl.
Really? She asked, astonished and impressed.
I'll tell you about that sometime when we run out of stories.
She didn't think they'd ever run out of stories. Cal and Maggie were around the crossing a little bit on the weekend. Maggie more than Cal. Cal worked on making a home every day. Then came Monday morning, and her new job began early. The diner didn't open until 7, but she was required to be there at 6:30 to set up. There was training for her, but she'd waitressed on and off so many times over the years, very little instruction was required. There were several early customers who she learned were mostly locals or business owners and workers from the town, and a bit later a few tourists. It was steady, but not what she'd call busy. There was competition off the highway and in surrounding towns, bigger places like Applebee's and Denny's. And then at 11, who should come in but Moody? Just the sight of him had her beaming as though she loved him. Someday she'd figure out what it was about her and slightly mean men. Slightly, if she couldn't find a really mean one. She couldn't put this on her brothers or father. Jed Jones might be nuts, but he was sweet, vulnerable. And the boys had always been kind, to women especially. Isn't this a surprise? She said to Moody.
You aren't hard to track down,
he said, sitting at the counter.
Coffee?
No thanks, she said. I'm pretty coffeeed out. Oh, do you want coffee?
You're very funny, aren't you?
He asked, not cracking a smile. To some people, she said, grabbing a mug from under the counter. She poured him a cup. Anything to eat? Breakfast? Lunch?
Nah, just the coffee.
She took a breath. You were tracking me down? He took a sip.
No, not really. But then I realized you told me where you worked, and I come by here sometimes. I thought I'd let you know. There's a meeting here in town. 7, on Thursday nights, at the church. I go sometimes, depending what's going on.
Is that early meeting your home meeting? She asked.
I get up early. I like getting it out of the way.
Is this a house call? She asked, teasingly.
We don't make house calls, he said. We do reach out sometimes, but if you ask me not to...
It's okay, she said. It's very nice, in fact.
Then I'll take a chance and ask you if there's anything you need. I've been around here a long time, and I've been in the program a long time.
She'd heard at the meeting. 30 years, she said. That's a long time, all right. Either you were pretty young or you're pretty old. There was the glimmer of a smile, but it was small and showed no teeth. Both. Either you know the ropes by now or you've been a real tough case. This time, he did show teeth. He even gave a huff of laughter.
Both,
he said again.
Think you'll be around a while?
I hope so, she said. My brother and his wife are expecting. I wouldn't want to miss that. But this was a leap of faith. That's quite a change. A beautiful change, but still.
You staying with your brother then?
He asked. She shook her head. My sister-in-law's dad owns a campground just outside of town, and he loaned me a cabin. So I have a place of my own, but I'm kind of with family at the same time. It's private, but... He lifted his eyebrows.
Sully's place?
You know Sully? She asked.
I think everyone knows Sully. Maggie is your sister-in-law?
And you know Maggie?
Sierra, I live here. In 3 weeks, you'll know everyone.
And you go to meetings here, in town? He nodded.
I think the word is out on me. I don't talk about anyone else's business. You going to stick to Leadville?
I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead. I did notice they have a meeting for everything in Leadville.
That's for sure.
He agreed.
So you have a place to stay, know where the meetings are, have family around. That can be good or not, depending. Anything you need right now?
Not right now, she said. I'll be looking for a sponsor, but for right now I still have my last sponsor by phone. We talk all the time. He took out a pen, grabbed a napkin, and wrote his name and cell number on it.
While you're checking things out and meeting people, here's my number. Why don't you use it sometime? Check in with me until you get a new sponsor.
I don't expect to need anything, Moody, but...
Then just check in to say hello, he said. It's a good idea to have an anchor or two. Floating around without connections can be risky.
Okay, sure, she said, taking the napkin, folding it in half, and slipping it in the pocket of her shorts. But I'll probably see you around.
How you doing on the steps?
Oh, I ran through the steps. I'm spending a little extra time on number 8. And 10. Seems like there's an endless amount of accounting. He sipped his coffee.
Remembering more or admitting more?
He asked. When she didn't answer immediately, he said,
Maybe we'll have coffee after a meeting sometime. Talk about the steps?
I thought that might happen after the last meeting, but I guess everyone was either rushing off to work or maybe busy with that guy who was having a hard time. Mark?
Mark shows up sometimes. I'm always glad to see him,
Moody said. And he said nothing more. It was like a contract. These stories were shared in the meeting, but nowhere else. Not everyone played by the rules, but they were expected to nonetheless. The bell on the door tinkled, and in walked Adonis. Well, except he didn't have that black Greek hair. His hair was brown and his eyes so blue she could see them from the door. Sierra felt her heart catch. That meant he must be a bad idea. But the sheer height of him and the girth of his shoulders was almost shattering. His t-shirt was tight over his chest and arms. There was a firefighter's emblem on one pec. She had to concentrate to keep from sighing. She wondered, not for the first time, if absolute beauty was a requirement to be a firefighter. His eyes twinkled at her, but he said,
Hey, Moody.
And he stretched out his hand toward Moody.
How's the weather? It's nice,
he grumbled,
but it's bound to turn. Connie made a new waitress. Sierra, this is Connie. Connie, this is Sierra. Conrad, he said. Connie for short. Nice to meet you.
That big, meaty hand swallowed up her small hand, and she gulped. Life is thickly sown with thorns, and I know no other remedy than to pass quickly through them. The longer we dwell in our misfortunes, the greater is their power to harm us. Voltaire. Chapter 4. Sierra had an unfortunate history of being involved with men who were not good for her, but a lot of that could be blamed on alcohol. Or maybe she started out with perfectly good men and destroyed the relationships with alcohol. At this point, it was pretty irrelevant, since there hadn't been a man in her life in a long time. Nor alcohol. The last one, Derek, had been so toxic and dangerous she not only swore off men, she ran to rehab. No one could get to you in rehab. Just the people you put on your list as approved visitors. She felt the calluses of Connie's strong, large hand, looked into those blue eyes, and told herself, "It doesn't really matter who he is. I'm off men." But she couldn't deny it. There was a tingle as his hand enveloped hers. "Nice to meet you. Do you prefer Conrad or Connie?"
Everyone calls me Connie no matter what I might prefer. I haven't seen you around here before.
"I haven't been here long."
"And what miracle had you choose Timberlake?"
he asked, smiling. Smiling like a man who thought he might get laid. "Do you know Cal and Maggie Jones? I'm Cal's sister." The big man's smile vanished instantly. Nothing like an older brother to make a man rethink his objectives. Funny how that never went away, even with age. Sierra was 30 and Cal 38. You'd think by now a guy wouldn't be intimidated by a big brother. But it was just as well.
"How do you like it around here so far?"
he asked. And there was obvious distance in his gaze. His warm blue eyes cooled way down. "It's great. Amazing, in fact."
"You can't be staying in that barn,"
he said. "You're right, I can't. But not because it's an unfinished house. Because I really don't want to live with my brother. They're newlyweds, for one thing. And I'm crazy about Cal, but he's my brother. I lived with him long enough growing up." Connie laughed.
"I've felt that way about my brother. I'm here for an order. A big Caesar salad. You know about that?"
"Oh, that's you? I'll get it." She'd been told it would be picked up. It was ready in the kitchen. She put it in a bag and rang it up for him. He left with a casual, "See you around." After a few moments passed, Moody said, "Want to have coffee sometime when you're not working? Talk about the program a little bit? Go over steps or something? Take each other's pulse?" Hers was a little amped up at the moment. She focused on Moody. "I was kind of looking for an older woman."
"I get that. You never know. I might be good in the short term."
"I'll keep that in mind. Thanks." Sierra was off work at 2 and was scheduled to work at least 2 mornings a week. No weekends unless one of the other waitresses asked her to cover for them. The weekends, she was told, were busier in the mornings and the tips better, so the waitresses who'd been there before she was hired wanted those shifts, particularly the students. Her schedule wasn't the least bit taxing. She enjoyed meeting the locals. And, of course, most people knew her brother, and absolutely everyone knew Sully. Sierra had plenty of time after work to do things, like stop by Cal's to check on the progress at his place, then get back to the crossing to see what, if anything, she could do to help Sully. Most of the time, all he wanted was a little company for dinner, which he sometimes convinced Sierra to make for them.
"Just bear in mind, if it ain't bland and tasteless, I can't eat it. I have to stay heart healthy. I won't live any longer. It'll just seem longer."
"You're in good hands," she said. "I'm very healthy. Now," she thought. And before 2 weeks had passed, she had Sully nearly addicted to her stir-fry. Just chicken, vegetables, broth, and some seasoning. She was allowed soy sauce, but he was off salt. His indulgence was 1 drink before bed, and she couldn't join him, of course. It seemed a reasonable trade to her. 2 weeks, though not very long, had revealed some marvelous changes in the land, and in Sierra. First of all, she did contact Moody, and they did meet for coffee a couple of times. As she learned more about him, she was glad she'd let him talk her into it. Moody's name was Arthur Moody, but no one ever addressed him as anything but Moody, including his wife. He was 58 years old, a biology professor at a private university in Aurora, and he was, admittedly, a late bloomer.
"I was busy in my 20s when everyone else was trying to get an education and a start in life. My start came later, in my 30s.
She could do the math. He had been sober for 30 years. That meant that until the age of 28, he was busy spiraling down. She went to that Thursday evening meeting in Timberlake. She found a nice group waiting there. Small, but significant. One of them was Frank, Enid's husband. Frank was an old-timer, a vet, a man who earned his stripes the hard way. He might have been surprised to see her because he beamed, putting those snazzy false teeth on display for her. She didn't tell her story yet, even though she was starting to feel at home. But she couldn't help thinking about her story. Every day. What was it, Sierra? The therapist encouraged her to be honest. What finally sent you running to rehab? Well, there was an accident. I wasn't driving, but it was my car. He was driving. He took me out of a bar, took my keys, and was driving me home. He said I was drunk and he was just taking me home. I think he put something in my wine, because seriously, it wasn't that easy for me to get wasted like that. It was still early. I knew we hit something, but I didn't see it happen. He stopped the car and looked and got back in and drove away. He said it was a cyclist, and he left him there. Left him to die. He told me he called the police and said he was a witness, that he saw a woman driver hit a man and leave him. I didn't hear him call the police. I don't know if he did. I don't know if he hit a man or a tree branch or a dog. I was in and out. He told me what he said. I said, but I wasn't driving. And he said, no one will believe you. You have a history. And then he convinced me. In a brutal way. In a terrifying way. He said I would never tell anyone anything, or I'd be sorry. So I left my car in the airport parking garage and took a bus to the bus depot. I ran. I went to the farm, the only place I could think of. Eventually I went into rehab, a place he couldn't find me, or even if he found me, he couldn't get to me. Spring was upon the land, and the afternoons were often warm and sunny. Just being at the crossing was the best part. Sierra enjoyed watching her sister-in-law grow that little baby inside her, and it filled her with warm family feelings. Being a part of Cal's new family was precious to her. Cal was intent on working on his renovation, but not so much that he couldn't take a few breaks to see his sister. They often sat atop a picnic table by the lake and talked, or they went for a short hike into the thawing hills that surrounded the crossing. Tom Cannaday stopped by the crossing sometimes, maybe for a cup of coffee, maybe a beer after work. His son Jackson came by now and then, sometimes with his dad and sometimes to lend a hand. There were firefighters and search and rescue volunteers and rangers who dropped in on Sully because the drinks were cold and the atmosphere friendly and laid back.
This place just keeps getting better looking,
one of the firefighters Sierra had not yet met said, eyeing her keenly.
Did I remember to mention Sierra is Cal's little sister?
Sully asked. There were a few groans in the group, but when Sierra turned her back, someone said,
Hell, I could take Cal. Be careful of those smoke eaters,
Sully said.
They come in two flavors. Real gentlemen where women are concerned, or they're dogs. Players. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference.
We're safe, she said. I'm not interested in either type. Cal and Maggie didn't question Sierra's assertion that she had no room for dating in her life right now. They had other things on their minds. Not only was picking out slabs of stone for countertops giving them fits, they were tending their bump. Do we know what we're having yet? Sierra asked when she noticed a book of baby names sitting out on the picnic table in their great room. Not yet, but soon, Maggie said. No, I didn't mean boy or girl, she said with a laugh. I meant state, city, or mountain range. The Jones kids were named California, Sedona, Dakota, and Sierra, in that order. Hell no, Maggie said. We'll be changing that trend. As the month of April drew near and the weather warmed, the wildflowers came out to play and were resplendent. Columbines, daisies, prairie phlox, and coppery mallow grew along the paths and carpeted the hillsides. Hikers had begun to show up at the crossing. Sierra found that, as Sully had promised, her own hikes worked wonders on her frame of mind. The exercise stimulated her and the sunshine renewed her. Freckles had begun to show up across her nose and on her cheeks. The time alone and all the thinking gave her a sense of inner peace. She felt closer to God, and she'd had very little training in religion, except for that relatively short period of time her father had believed he was Christ. As she came around a curve in the path, she looked up to see 3 men climbing the flat face of the hill on one side of the mountain. She moved closer until she could actually hear them. A little talking, a few grunts, the soft whisper of their climbing shoes sliding along the rock face and wedging in. As she got closer still, she realized she knew them. Connie, Rafe, and Charlie. She'd seen them in town, and they'd been around the crossing a few times. They were from Timberlake Fire and Rescue. She wondered if they were training or playing. They weren't wearing uniforms, and there didn't seem to be any fire trucks nearby. But those boys could certainly do lovely things to shorts and muscle shirts. She watched the clever shifting of their hips to give them lift. The muscles in their calves and arms were like art. Little buckets hung off their belts in the back, and they dipped into them for chalk, the sweat running down their necks and backs. My goodness, they were a lovely sight, slithering up that rock face, their shorts molding around their beautiful male butts. She couldn't help herself. She was thinking about sex. She had so much mental and spiritual work to do she wouldn't risk getting screwed up by falling for some guy. But it had been a bloody long time. The last man in her life, Crazy Derek, should have cured her of all men the way he'd cured her of drinking. She sat down on a rock to watch them for a while. She was achingly quiet and still, lest she make a noise and one of them fell. She was afraid to even drink from her water bottle. One of them seemed to briefly dangle in midair by his fingertips as his feet found a crevice to toe into, giving him another lift up the rock face. She held her breath through the whole maneuver. That's when she noticed he wasn't wearing a harness. That was Conrad. The other 2 were all trussed up, but he had no anchor. God, she was suddenly terrified and exhilarated. The freedom of it, moving up a dangerous rock without a net. She couldn't imagine how powerful he must feel, how uninhibited. It must feel like flying without a plane. It was the impossible, yet accomplished with an almost mellow, gliding movement. It didn't seem to take them very long, or maybe it was because she was mesmerized by the steady climb, but soon all 3 of them disappeared over the top of the rock. She let out her breath and gulped her water. She was exhausted and decided she'd had enough of a hike. She headed back to the campground. When she got there, it was early afternoon, the camp quiet, and Sully was sitting on the porch eating a sandwich. She ambled over and sat with him.
Good hike?
He asked. Beautiful. Isn't it late for your lunch?
Oh, I got caught up in cleaning and painting trash cans. They were looking pretty awful.
There were 3 guys rock climbing, she said. That really big flat rock face that looks like you shouldn't be able to find anything to hang on to, yet they slithered up to the top like lizards. What does it take to do something like that, Sully? He swallowed a mouthful.
Insanity, if you ask me.
I assume you haven't done that?
I've done a little climbing, not up a flat rock like that. I've climbed where you can get a good solid foothold and grip, a decent angle. I'm not afraid of heights, but I'm not real comfortable with falling off a flat rock like that.
He shook his head.
They love that rock. Ever been to Yosemite?
She shook her head.
They climb El Capitan. It's flatter and way steeper than that. They pound in their spikes and anchors to hold their tents and camp hanging off the side. It's the damnedest thing I've ever seen. Look it up on your computer. Look up Climbing El Capitan. It'll scare the bejesus out of you.
Watching them was terrifying and exciting, but I'm not afraid of heights. Cal doesn't much like heights. He has trouble even looking at pictures of scary heights. Sully grinned.
When you get some pictures or a video, show it to him.
I wonder if I could learn to do that, she muttered.
No, you can't,
Sully said.
I forbid it.
So that's what a real father sounds like, she thought. A normal father. Sane, decisive, controlling. She went to get her laptop and came back to the porch. Before she opened up and signed on, she asked Sully if he had any chores she could do for him.
Nah, I got nothing much to do,
he said.
Where are you having dinner later?
I'll be around here. Why?
I got some salmon, rice, and asparagus. If I share it, will you make it for us?
I'd be honored. Where'd you find asparagus this time of year?
I paid top dollar at that greengrocer in Timberlake. That's where. I don't know where it comes from, but the stalks are fat and juicy and plump up like steaks on the grill. You like that idea?"
"I love that idea," she said. "I'd love to share your dinner. I'll cook it and wash up the dishes after. What time would you like to eat?"
"Since I'm just getting lunch, is 7 too late for you?"
"Just right," she said. "Gives me a little time to play on the computer and maybe read." It was about 4 when campers started coming back to the crossing, washing up after their day of exploring. Then a big Ford truck pulled up and 3 rock climbers piled out. They nodded to her and said hello as they passed to go into the store. Connie came back, holding his bottled water in one hand and an apple in the other. Without asking, he sat at her table.
"How you doing?"
"I watched you climbing that steep, flat rock."
"Did you? We call that rock face Big Bad Betty. She's mean as the devil. I didn't see you, but we don't look around much. You have to be pretty focused."
She closed her laptop. "What does it sound like up there?" she asked. "When you're hanging on by your fingertips? What does it sound like?" He smiled at her.
"There's a little wind," he said. "The swooshing of hands and feet as you look for a good hold. Breathing. The sound of my breathing is loud in my head."
"Heart pounding?" she wanted to know.
"No, just a good solid rhythm. You have to like it, feel it, be safe in it, or your diaphragm will slam into your chest, close it up, and bad things happen. No pounding. It's tranquil."
"Does it make you feel powerful?" she asked.
"It makes me feel independent, self-reliant."
"Free?"
"Yeah, free. But it takes thinking, planning. I've climbed that rock a lot, and I planned ahead. I know where to go. Even when you climb a new rock, you plan ahead. Look at video, pictures, listen to what climbers say. Try it with a harness and ropes first to see the lay of the rock. And even then, you have to be flexible. Sometimes you have to improvise. But it feels so good. Every grip and hold has to be just right, and when you get it, you know you got it. It's a smart sport. No one can get too much of that feeling."
"You weren't wearing a harness. I didn't see any ropes."
"Free solo,"
he said.
"As climbing challenges go, it's the best."
"And when you get to the top?"
Eureka! Hallelujah!
"I saw you go over the top and disappear, but I didn't hear anything." He grinned brightly, his eyes twinkling. He had those sweet bedroom eyes sneaking a peek from behind lots of brown lashes. Young girls could buy lashes from him, he had so many.
"Then we weren't loud enough,"
he said. "Can I learn to do that?"
"Maybe,"
he said with a shrug.
"Takes a lot of upper body strength. There's a wall in a gym in Colorado Springs, a good training wall. There are a lot of climbing gyms in Colorado Springs, a lot of trainers."
"Is it expensive?"
"It doesn't have to be, but you should try a training wall before you do anything else. You might hate it. If you don't hate it, Jackson climbs. I climb. Some of us have extra harnesses and other equipment. But first, the wall."
Just as he said this last bit, the other 2 men came onto the porch. They also sat down. People around here didn't ask if they could join you. They just did.
"I'll show you how,"
Rafe said.
"I'm Rafe. I think we met a couple of weeks ago. And this is Charlie Portman."
He peeled a banana, bit off a big chunk, and seemed to swallow it whole.
"I'll teach you,"
Rafe said.
"First the gym, Rafe,"
Connie insisted.
"She's little,"
Rafe said.
"Hardly any weight to pull up. I could take her up on my back. It'll go easier and you won't waste anyone's day off teaching you if you just try the gym first to see how it feels. That might be the beginning and end of it right there."
"It just looks so cool," Sierra said.
"Because it is,"
Rafe said, tipping a beer to his lips. When he did that, she noticed his wedding ring. "Was it a training day for you guys?" she asked.
"Not for Timberlake Station,"
Rafe said.
"For Rocky Mountain Volunteer Search and Rescue."
"Sounds like you're good people to know if I get in trouble," she said. "I'll be sure to let you know when I'm ready for a little training."
"He's married,"
Connie said. Rafe smiled handsomely.
"No problem, Sierra. Lisa knows I'd never be interested in another woman."
She sighed. "Do you have a brother?"
"First, the wall,"
Connie said.
Then I'll show her.
That was twice now, Sierra thought. Twice he was warm and friendly, almost flirty. Then it shut down and he became distant and a little cold. The first time was when they met and Moody mentioned Cal. So she wondered if Connie didn't like Cal. But that was crazy. Everyone loved Cal. Then, when Rafe offered to teach her climbing, his eyes went cold again. So probably he didn't like her. She didn't have the best instincts. She knew that about herself. She wasn't likely to ask Sully about a single guy, especially a firefighter. Sully had already passed judgment on those guys. Half gentlemen, half dogs. When a little more time passed and more evidence collected, she'd probably just ask Conrad. The month of April was perfect for Sierra. She went to a gym in Colorado Springs on a couple of her days off and learned how to climb on the wall. Of course, she overdid it and all her muscles ached, but it made her feel so smug. Who knew she could do that? She worked a few mornings and went to a few meetings. She had coffee with Moody and learned he had 4 grown children. She hung out a bit at the little Colorado bookstore, getting to know Ernie and Bertrice, and picking up a few details about her new home. But the best part of her new life was Sully. "Tell me about Maggie shooting someone," she begged.
"It was a damn fool thing to do,"
he said.
"Her reasons were right, but her follow-through could have used a little more thought. She saw a young girl she recognized as one of our camper kids in a pickup with a couple of low-life characters, and could tell she wasn't there by choice. So she tricked the driver into taking a cabin. She told him she'd give him a special deal, and turned out he was as stupid as he was bad. Once she had him boxed in, she called the police, but she wasn't inclined to wait on him to get out here, not with that girl in danger. She loaded up my old shotgun and kicked the cabin door in and fired on them."
He shook his head.
"She could have called me or gone for Cal, but no. Maggie's accustomed to do as she pleases, when she pleases. She had a roll of duct tape in her pocket and had 'em all trussed up before the cops got here."
Sierra was speechless, awestruck. What a badass!
Those old boys were big and nasty. They could have rushed her, walked right through that shot and taken her down.
But she shot them first.
Well, one of them anyway. The shots brought me and Cal. It would have been smarter to get us first.
"And the little camper girl?" Sierra asked.
"Scared to death, but otherwise unharmed. She was separated from her family on the trail north of Leadville, and they grabbed her. I never heard of such a thing happening around here before."
"That's creepy, Sully. It's not safe out there?"
"Up to that moment, I'd have said there's no safer place than our trails. I hear there's a lot more Forest Service people out there these days than there used to be, on account of that incident. You got anything to protect yourself with?"
"I have a little can of pepper spray, the kind single women in the city are known to carry." There were times she considered a handgun, but in the end she was afraid to arm herself too much. What if she was incapacitated and it was used against her?
"Might have to fix you up with some real mace, just for my own peace of mind."
"Should I stop hiking alone?" He shook his head.
"You're not very alone. There are hikers out there, more of them every day. Just don't get too far away."
The mace appeared a few days later, but Sierra was a little more vigilant, knowing that story. She admired Maggie more than ever. That's what Sierra had always thought she was, had always aspired to be. A fighter. A fearless ninja warrior. And it did seem the trails grew more crowded, especially on the weekends. She assumed summer would be nearly hectic for the wilderness. Meanwhile, she enjoyed nature more than she ever had before. A herd of elk must have taken up residence on a piece of grazing land nearby because she saw some in the campground in the early mornings. And of course, there were deer now and then, making her drive to Timber Lake very cautious. With her work hours beginning right after dawn, she was bound to see a lot of wildlife, something that made the start of her day very special. Now that the weather was warmer, she and Sully were taking their morning coffee on the front porch. Since he had the pot on before the crack of dawn and she had to leave for the diner by 6:15, this became their morning ritual. She found herself rolling out of bed early even on days she didn't have to work at the diner. Sully was reaching a part of her that had long been neglected. She kept very close track of her hours of helping around the store and grounds, proud to note that she was more than deserving of that free cabin. She was at the crossing afternoons during the week and spent almost all weekend there. She could tell it worked out for Sully, since the campground was busiest then, and she still had time for herself and to check on Cal's progress. The last weekend in April, the campground was over half full of cheerful, enthusiastic campers. The wildflowers were in full glory. The lake was still icy cold, but it didn't scare off boaters or even some floaters. There were lots of kids, some dogs that Beau watched very carefully, but they were either friendly family dogs or they were penned and leashed. Beau didn't mind sharing his territory with the occasional friend. There was a chocolate lab who Sully said was a regular guest, and she liked to swim with Beau. They played havoc on the ducks. A family appeared with a fifth wheel on Friday afternoon who were new to Sully, but he took notice of them right away because the 9-year-old boy behaved a bit oddly. Sully said he might be autistic. He clung close to his mother, but seemed to concentrate on his fingers and mutter all the time. There was a little girl, maybe 5 years old, who had much more energy and attentiveness than her brother, and a golden retriever pup around a year old. The golden was trapped in a kennel that was much too small for her, and when she was let out, she was wild and crazy. The man couldn't handle her, had her in a choke collar that he pulled on relentlessly, shouting, "Down! Down! Molly, get down! Sit! Sit!" Then he would just chain her to the trailer and she'd strain against her leash. The mother, Anne, and the kids were exploring and playing by the lake, but the father, Chad, preferred his lounge chair under the camper's canopy. The dog spent far too much time in the too small kennel, and her break time was limited to being chained. She was never taken for a run or a walk, and she had a lot to say, barking and whining. Well, she was confined all the time and didn't get any attention or exercise, and she was still a pup, though nearly full-grown. Chad constantly yelled at the dog. He was, in fact, more irritating than the animal. "Molly, shut up!" His name was Chad Peterson, and he was on Sierra's wrong side right off. He had a big, fancy trailer, but he clearly wasn't camping for recreation, but for relaxation. He was overly friendly, had a big laugh and a loud voice, was very social with his neighbors, and always had a beer in his hand. His wife was the one who took the kids walking to the base of the mountains to pick flowers, or the edge of the lake where they could play with other children. It was his wife who put out the dinner and turned the burgers on the grill and fed the dog. It was Anne who picked up the dog droppings. And when the dog got on Chad's nerves, she was stuffed into that too small kennel. Molly whimpered and whined to be let out. On Saturday afternoon, Sully wandered down to the lake where Anne and the children were. He talked to a few of the women there, including Anne, and when he came back to the store, he reported what he'd learned. "Their boy is autistic, like I figured. He's real antisocial. His dad thought a puppy would help, bring out his personality, even though his wife told him it might have the opposite effect. She's not a service animal, for God's sake. And now that the dog is big and dumb as a puppy, Peterson is frustrated and short-tempered, and rather than admit he might have been wrong, he's determined to whip that puppy into shape. I might have editorialized that last part, but ain't it just obvious?" "That poor little boy," Sierra said. "Doesn't appear the boy knows what's going on with the dog and his dad." Sierra stuck her neck out, probably where she shouldn't. She approached Chad as he sat under his canopy. Beau was with her and sniffed Molly, who was on her chain. "If you invite the dog to have a swim in the afternoon when it's sunny, or take her for a really long walk up the trail, she'll tire out and be less noisy," she suggested. "If you'd keep your dog away, maybe mine wouldn't bark so much." "My dog?" she asked. "This is the owner's dog. This is Beau, and it's Beau's campground. Besides, the dogs like each other. Molly's only barking because she's bored and lonely." "I'll put her back in the kennel," Chad said, standing from his lawn chair. No, please don't. Anyone could see that kennel is too small. I just thought you could use a suggestion, that's all. This place is family-friendly, and that includes pets as long as they're not vicious. She's just playful." "I'm thinking about drowning her," Chad said. Then he grinned. "Oh, geez," Sierra said in disgust. Come on, Bo. She went back to the store and located Sully behind the lunch counter.
Try to stay out of it,
he advised before she even said anything. They're not okay, Sierra said. The wife and kids try not to get in his way. They give him a real wide berth, even that little boy. And the dog is barking and straining because she hasn't had any training. And he said he was thinking of drowning her. I hate him.
Don't waste your hate, Sully said. Nobody's drowning anything at my campground. And how they conduct themselves is not our business unless they're breaking the law.
He's 1 inch from breaking the law. I can smell it on him, she said. The ruckus of the dog whining or barking and Peterson barking back continued while Sully and Sierra had their dinner on the porch. If a customer appeared, one of them or the other jumped up to go inside and wait on them. The few campers who came to the store remarked on the barking dog and the man with the booming voice. Don't make the mistake of offering him advice, Sierra said. I did, and he threatened to drown the dog. Is there anything you can do? One woman asked. I think he's more annoying than the dog.
There's nothing we can do but ask him to leave and take his dog somewhere else, Sully said. I hate doing that. I apologize for the noise.
Things seemed to quiet around the campgrounds as the sun was lowering and people were stoking their evening fires. But every time a dog barked, poor Molly was set to answer. Then would come the noise of her owner.
Shut up, Molly!
Sierra was tormented by what was clearly animal abuse. The chain, the cage, the choke collar, a kennel, the right size for the dog complete with blanket and chewy toys, was a good training tool. Even Sierra knew that, though she hadn't had a dog. Not really. There'd been dogs on the farm when she was growing up, but that wasn't the same as a pet like Bo. She knew Sully was right. She should just mind her own business. He knows not his own strength who hath not met adversity. Samuel Johnson. Chapter 5. Sierra bid Sully good night at about 8, but she remained on the porch with a hot cup of tea. She took a great amount of comfort in routine. She usually got into bed with her water at her bedside and her book in her lap and read until she slept. But tonight her routine was screwed because she could hear Molly whimpering, and her heart was breaking. She wandered over to the Peterson campsite and saw that Molly was stuffed into her kennel outside, while the family was inside. The dog cried and let out the occasional yelp. The bluish flickering that indicated a TV in the camper could be seen in the windows, which meant they probably could not hear Molly. She was going to kidnap the dog. No, Sully wouldn't like that, and she was Sully's guest. So she would stay up until the dog finally went silent, and then she would sleep. In the morning, she would report this abuse to someone. She'd figure out who. She would suggest to Mr. Peterson that he give her the dog to take to a no-kill shelter, or she would surely find a wonderful forever home. Maybe she would stroke his ego and tell him he was a good man to take on the dog, but it was okay if it didn't work out with a pet. Just do no harm. That's what she'd do. One way or another, she'd separate Molly from the Petersons before they left the campground. She went to her cabin to get a blanket and pillow, and she made herself comfortable in the hammock. Just a couple of spaces away from the Petersons' camper, and a still very lonely and unhappy Molly. Despite the sound of the whimpering dog, Sierra drifted off. She was wrapped up like a burrito in her blanket, snug as could be with the breeze rocking her, when she heard a yelp. She jerked awake.
"Just shut the hell up!"
Chad loudly demanded. There was another yelp.
"I said quiet!"
The yelping grew louder. Sierra bolted off the hammock and ran to the campsite where her worst fears were realized. Peterson held the dog by the chain collar and smacked her on the head again and again. "Stop!" Sierra screamed. "Stop that!"
"Mind your own goddamn business,"
he said, hitting the dog again. It took a second to comprehend that he'd behave so, yell so, when he was literally living outside among a large group of campers. "Stop! I swear to God if you strike that animal again!" He hit her again. Molly cowered and whimpered. Sierra lost it. She threw herself at the man's back, launched on him with her arms around his neck and her legs wrapped around his waist. "You're the animal!" "What the hell? Treating a defenseless animal so cruelly? How do you like it?" she said, tightening her arms around his neck. The man shook her violently, but she hung on. He tried prying her arms from around his neck, but there was no giving her. "Beast!" she muttered. "Animal!"
"Sierra, let loose of that man!"
At Sully's command, Sierra let go and fell clumsily to the ground, landing on her ass. The fall jolted her for a moment, and then she regained her wits and saw that Anne and her daughter stood in the open door of the camper, while Sully stood a few feet away, one hand leaning on a baseball bat. Peterson huffed a bit to catch his breath.
"Good thing you warned her," he said. "I was close to forgetting she was a girl and give her what for."
Sully hefted his bat.
"You forget that was a defenseless animal, too? It's my animal. More's the pity. We got some pretty strict cruelty laws in this county, and that was plumb cruel. I called the police." "Well, good for you," he grumbled. "If you don't want that dog, I got a home for her," Sully said. "Bugger off, old man. Police chief might take her. He's got 4 Goldens already, but he's mighty fond of 'em and might fancy another. They sleep with him. Take her," Peterson said. "It'll save me the trouble of drowning her."
Sierra got to her feet slowly, brushing off her rear end. The very first thing she noticed was Molly sitting docilely beside her miniature kennel, her head cocked to one side with what looked like a satisfied expression on her face. Sierra quickly went to the dog, took her collar in hand, and led her out of the campsite. Peterson went into his camper, out of sight.
"Come along,"
Sully said, heading off for his house, not the store, leaving Sierra and Molly to follow.
"I bet you were a lot of trouble to raise."
"I was hardly noticeable," Sierra replied.
"There's a lot of bullshit if I ever heard any,"
he said. He didn't go inside, but rather to the front porch of his house. He took a seat in one of the rocking chairs, resting the bat on the ground beside him. "What are we doing?" she asked, standing there.
"Have a seat,"
he said.
"Just keep a hand on the dog till she decides it's okay to lay down and relax."
"Where's Bo?" she asked, because Bo was usually close to Sully.
"I penned him in the bedroom for now. Molly doesn't need the distraction."
Sierra sat down next to Sully. They rocked in the dark, and she kept a hand on Molly, gently stroking her. When she'd stop, Molly put her head on Sierra's lap. She was docile as a lamb. "Why are we sitting here?" she finally asked.
"I'm awake,"
Sully said.
"Might as well sit up a while longer and see if there's anything to see."
"See? See what?" He sighed.
"Just give it a few minutes. Patience, Sierra."
After a few minutes, she quietly asked, "Do you think the police chief will take the dog?"
"I doubt it,"
he said. "But you said—"
"Girl, I say a lot of things."
Sierra just fell silent, Molly's head in her lap while she scratched behind the pretty girl's silky ears. She couldn't imagine what they were doing just sitting there, but she took comfort in the fact that Molly wouldn't be back in Peterson's care. Then, in about 15 minutes, it all began to make sense. Chad Peterson started his big extended cab truck, backed it up to the 5th wheel, threw the lawn chairs inside the trailer and his family into the truck, disconnected his hookup, reeled in the canopy, attached the trailer to the truck hitch, and pulled out. "What time is it?" she asked.
"Round about 10,
Sully said. "Hey, you knew he'd do that, didn't you?"
"I had an idea."
"You heard the noise when he was hitting her and it woke you."
"Sierra, I'm over 70. I sleep in my drawers. You really think I'm spry enough to get my clothes and my boots on and run on over to the campsite in under 5 minutes? I knew it was going to happen, and just like you, I waited on it."
"Just like me."
"Didn't you take up watch from the hammock?"
"Well, yeah. You knew that?" He nodded in the dark.
"Didn't really surprise me."
"You think the police will come now?"
"I didn't call them,"
he said.
"Didn't want to waste Stan's time. I knew once I called Peterson on it, he'd just pull out."
"What does it mean? Does it mean you won't get paid?"
I wouldn't care if it came to that, but as it happens, I took a nice deposit from his credit card. What it means, I reckon, is you now got yourself a dog."
Sierra was elated for a moment, until she started thinking about how she didn't know quite what to do with a dog. She knew what not to do. She'd never hurt an animal, but she was no expert in training one. It wasn't until Sully stood up to go to bed, finally, that she asked, "Can I borrow some dog food?"
"Just take a bowl with you to your cabin for water, and Molly can have breakfast with Bo in the morning. Time she got on a decent schedule."
"Are you going to help me a little bit?"
"If I don't, that dog will starve or run off," he said. "Good night, Sierra."
It should have come as no surprise. Molly had not had a proper grooming in a while. She slept with Sierra, snuggled up close, quiet and content, and smelly. Fortunately, Sierra had the whole day to herself on Sunday and could not only make sure Molly had a thorough shampoo, but that the linens in her little cabin were also laundered. "We'll just start over," she confided to her new best friend. Molly had to learn some manners for dining with Bo at breakfast. She wanted whatever he was eating, even though it was the same food. It looked like manners could take a while. But Sully coached her to show Molly what to do, then praise her again, then let her perform again. "Someone should have tried that approach with me," she muttered. But Molly, for her part, acted as though she knew who had rescued her. She sat still, wagged and smiled up at Sierra in a way that threatened to melt her heart. Next, it was spa day for Molly, and she was prettified. Sully had an extra collar and leash, and Sierra employed both to try to show her how to walk beside her. And that was going to take forever. Instead, Sully suggested they show her how to come when called. Molly sat beside Bo, Sully hanging on to both dogs while Sierra told them to sit and stay. Then she walked away, turned back, said their names and the command, "Come." Molly very likely did what Bo did, but she did it, and both dogs got a small cookie. "I have to go to work tomorrow," she said. "How will you manage?"
"Lots of hands around during the day, Sierra. We'll manage. And if you change your mind, there's a great shelter not far from here. They'd treat her right until a home can be found."
"I fought for her," she said. "Let me try. But if it gets too much for you, do you promise to tell me?"
"Not a lot seems like too much anymore," he said. "We all deserve a second chance. And I reckon Bo will help train Molly."
Sierra came home from work with a few new toys for Molly. She made sure her cabin was puppy safe, nothing left out to get into trouble with. She first walked her, worked with her a little bit, then put her in the cabin with water and 2 new toys and left her for only 20 minutes. Then she rewarded her with lots of affection, paid attention to her for 20 minutes, and left her again. That went perfectly well 3 times. Then Molly chewed off the handle of her circular brush, which had been sitting atop the bureau, out of reach.
"Whose reach?"
Sully asked. "Oh, God, this is going to take forever."
"Takes a lot longer to raise a human. Be patient."
The next day, she brought home a new brush and 2 rawhide chews. The brush went in the drawer, and the rawhide came out only when she left the cabin for a while. Then it was put away again. When she came home from work on Thursday afternoon, Frank was sitting on the porch with Molly. Sierra parked behind the cabin and walked over to the store. When she came around the corner, Frank told Molly,
"Here she is, girl."
Molly burst out at a dead run and nearly tackled Sierra, jumping on her, licking her face, half barking, half crying as if Sierra had just returned from war. It brought Sierra to her knees. She crooned to the dog, "I'm home! I'm home! I love you too!" And then she let Molly lick her face until she was covered with slobber.
"She scratch you or something?"
Frank asked when she came up on the porch. "No," she said, wiping her wet face. "No one's ever been that happy to see me." Tom Cannaday was seen around Timberlake all the time since he lived in the neighborhood. He was as involved in the kids' school activities as much as his schedule would allow, and all the local businesses knew him, even if he did travel a bit farther for most of his building supplies to get the best prices. He stopped in the diner now and then, maybe for a cup of coffee or a slice of pie. Really, he was a very sociable guy without a lot of time on his hands to be social. "Hey there, fella," Lola Anderson said. "Haven't seen you in a while." He sat up at the lunch counter and she automatically poured him a cup of coffee. "I didn't know it was your day," he said. "I'm working at Home Depot tomorrow and the next day," she said, speaking of her second job. "You have a day off?" "I've been putting in a lot of time at Cal's barn. I took the day to catch up on a few other things since Cal's spending the day in Denver with Maggie. Her car's in the shop and he drove her in on Wednesday and will bring her back tonight. While they're there, they're looking at tile, carpet, and flooring. It must be coming along nicely," she said. "Looking good, and pretty much on schedule. How's school?" "Slow and steady, but I only take a few credits a semester, and I'm taking the summer off from classes. I have a kid starting at community college in the fall. I can't believe that." "Tell me about it. Jackson's 20 already, and Nikki starts in the fall. Pretty soon we'll be empty nesters," she said, leaning on the counter. "Not for a while," Tom said. "I've got younger kids at home, but if we ever get caught up, we should try meeting for a movie or an ice cream or something. Something adult, but without kids." Lola smiled patiently. "I've heard talk like this before," she said. "I mean it. It's just finding the time, that's all." Lola shifted her weight to the other leg. "How's Becky?" "Fine," he said. "Great." But Becky was neither fine nor great, he thought, and he knew exactly why Lola had brought her up. Tom and Becky had been divorced for years, but everyone was of the opinion they were still a couple, that Tom was never going to be finished with that relationship. It was his own fault. He'd been letting Becky come around, visit and stay with him and the kids, and people just assumed they were not quite divorced. That was all changing, but there wasn't a delicate way to explain that. And he liked Lola. He'd known her most of his life. They both grew up around here. The door to the diner opened and Connie Boyle walked in. He was wearing his navy blue fire department shirt. Now, Connie might be a lot younger than Lola, and younger than Tom, for that matter, but Tom didn't miss the way Lola's eyes lit up and how she grinned when she saw him. All the women seemed to have that reaction. He was good-looking, a firefighter, and single. "Hey," he said, sitting at the counter beside Tom. "What's up?" "Not too much. I just grabbed a couple of kids from school, got them home, and started on their chores because they both want to go to friends' houses since there's no school tomorrow. I thought I'd take a run out to Sully's and meet the new family member." "Sierra?" Connie asked. "You haven't met Sierra?" "Not Sierra. Of course I met her. She's been here 2 months already. And I've been at Cal's most days, so I've seen her plenty. It's Molly, the new addition." "There's another sister?" Connie asked. "You haven't heard?" Tom asked with a laugh. "I don't usually get the drop on you when a new female comes to town. Molly's a golden retriever pup, about a year old. Sierra rescued her from an abusive camper." "Oh, this should be good," Lola said. "That explains why she charged out of here the other day when I showed up to relieve her. She never said a word." "Happened about a week ago. Sierra was keeping an eye on the camper because he treated the dog badly. Here's how Sully said it went. The camp quieted down except for the dog, crying and barking from the kennel she was stuffed into, a kennel about big enough for a little cocker spaniel. Sierra didn't even go to her cabin. She hung close by. And when the guy came out of his camper and started beating the dog to shut her up, she challenged him. When he wouldn't stop, she jumped on him. Sully said she hung on him like a tick on his back, and he couldn't shake her off. At the end of a scene right out of a bad movie, the camper and his family left, and Sierra has herself a completely untrained, abused, young, and crazy golden." He sipped his coffee. "Gotta be worth seeing." "Sierra attacked him?" Connie asked. "So it's told. No surprise there, I guess." "No surprise," Lola said. "She might be young and small, but she has no shortage of guts. We like that here." "She might be a little stupid," Connie said. "What if he turned on her, knocked her senseless just in self-defense?" Sully was waiting up, too. He does that when things don't feel right at the campgrounds. He wanders around with his handy-dandy baseball bat, the only weapon he carries. I wonder if he's ever used that thing. "How'd you hear about this if you haven't seen the dog?" Lola asked.
"I work with Cal every day. Cal keeps tabs on his sister almost every day. And Maggie is at Sully's on days she's not in Denver. Trust me, there's no shortage of conduits for the news."
He drank the last of his coffee and checked his watch.
Time to see if the kids ran out on their chores.
He put $1 on the counter, gave Connie a slap on the back, and told Lola he'd see her soon. He walked the 2 blocks home. One of these days, he should make good on all his promises to take Lola out. But it was awkward. Ever since Becky left 8 years ago, he'd been acting like a married man even though his wife lived elsewhere. But like every small town, people noticed when she came around, when she stayed a few nights or a weekend. Once one of the old biddies in town asked his Nikki where her mother slept when she visited. Tom told Nikki to politely say, "None of your business, ma'am." But the truth was, Becky slept with him. Even though he knew Becky had boyfriends, knew she wasn't a faithful wife or a wife at all, knew he was just a fool. He told himself they were divorced. It was her choice to date, see men. It was his choice not to date or have girlfriends. He'd secretly kept hoping she'd realize she'd been hasty and come back to her family. But everything had changed last year. Last year, when he learned Becky hadn't had boyfriends. Not really. No matter how Becky referred to these men, they were customers. She had explained herself as an escort, just a little company, not necessarily an intimate. No matter what she said, Tom knew what she was. And speak of the devil. When he rounded the curve to his street, whose car was parked in the drive behind his truck but Becky's? She'd stopped warning him of her visits, stopped asking if it would be all right. He hadn't had the heart to tell his kids, not even the oldest ones, not for his sake or Becky's, but for theirs. They loved their mother, and why wouldn't they? She was probably the prettiest, sweetest girl in town. He walked in and found her in the kitchen, rinsing out a coffee cup. She turned toward him, smiled, and said, "Tom."
"Where are the kids?"
"They're finishing their chores. I told them I'd take them out for pizza if their chores were done."
"But unfortunately, you've been called away," Tom said. "You can't do this, Becky."
"They miss me. I miss them."
"I know, but you can't pretend nothing has changed. At least I can't."
"I told you. That's over now."
"You do as you please, Becky. But you can't change the past 8 years, and I can't change the way I feel."
"Nothing was ever different with us. It had nothing to do with us."
He laughed hollowly. "Seriously? Yes, everything changed with us. How many were there, do you think? 100? 200?
"Not even close. Hardly any," she said.
"Do you know how many women were in my life? From the day you left till now? 0. Well, there was you, pretending you were working in a doctor's office and going to yoga classes with girlfriends."
She shook her head sadly and tossed her beautiful red hair that was not really red. Her blue eyes teared. She was the only blue-eyed redhead he'd ever known. She affected duplicity with such an air of innocence, it still shook him. "I was not pretending."
"I won't let you do to them what you did to me, Becky. You can see them, only here and only if you make plans with me first. And you can't spend the night anymore."
"I'll sleep with the girls."
"No, Becky. No. Don't force my hand."
"Why are you doing this to me?" she asked, a catch in her voice. He almost laughed. She was arrested 3 times for solicitation and thought that having the charges vacated, the 3rd time with the help of Cal Jones, criminal defense attorney, meant it never happened. But it had happened.
"I'm not going to talk about this now with our youngest 2 kids upstairs. Take them to pizza and then tell them you can't stay. Leave. Or I'll tell them now. Tell them why I don't agree to let you spend the night or let them stay with you. I'll tell them. I'm going to have to tell them eventually."
"Even though it's all in the past?"
"Well, I can't be really sure of that, can I? It's in the past until you're arrested again, right?"
"It must be nice to have never made a mistake," she said in a mere whisper.
He gave a huff of laughter. "Oh, I've made plenty, and you know that. I just never had to be bailed out for any of them."
His youngest son, Zach, came bounding downstairs. "I'm done," he announced. "I'm almost done," his 14-year-old daughter Brenda called from upstairs. "And I'd like a life," Tom thought. "I'd like a chance to start over, even though I waited too long." He admitted it was his fault. He'd been naive, and because he always loved Becky so much, he stayed in denial about the fact that she had moved on. She was no help, coming back again and again, sleeping in their marriage bed, giving the pretense that she was still at least partly into the marriage. Yes, he had foolishly hoped, but it had been almost a year since that last arrest, and he was cured of all naivete. He'd finished the grief and torment and feelings of betrayal, and all he wanted now was to have a normal life. If he could just remember what that was. Lola fed her sons, 18-year-old Cole and 16-year-old Trace, at the diner. Some nights she left them dinner, some nights they went to their grandparents' house, some nights they went out with their dad, Dave, from whom she'd been divorced for 10 years. She and Dave got along fine as long as they spent very little time together. Dave was on wife number 4, and by now her sons were done with all the steps and halves. Once, every couple of weeks, maybe, Dave would take them out for pizza or a burger, and that was about it. He never was any good with support payments, but sometimes she could guilt him into buying something the boys needed, like gear for school sports. He was basically a good-natured deadbeat dad and serial marrier, someone she'd never been able to count on. It was Friday night, and prom was coming up. Cole was going with his girlfriend, Jen. Jen was on the prom committee, and it was a big deal. Cole worked part-time for the grocer down the street. Trace worked part-time at the grill, mostly bussing and cleanup. They were letting him take orders now and then, but he couldn't serve alcohol. He was too young. The boys had good, hard jobs that helped Lola in convincing them to continue their education so they wouldn't be unpacking vegetables and washing dishes for life. Just as she was doing for herself, finally getting her degree. She'd worked in nearly every small business around Timber Lake and a couple in Leadville since she was 16, and she hoped to remain in the area as a teacher, even though those jobs were hard to come by. Elementary school was her first choice. The most important thing to Lola was that she liked her life as a single woman. 10 years post-divorce, she was settled. She was very busy, had plenty of friends. Her mom and dad were close by and in good health. Her little house was comfortable and easy to take care of, and as far as she was concerned, there was nothing missing. It was true, there was no man in her life. She'd had a few dates over the years, and they were only dates. She'd gone skiing with a recently divorced dentist, and they'd had a good time, but there were no sparks. One of her professors took her out a few times. He was considerably older, and the relationship had not progressed, which was just as she'd have it. She'd gone out with a firefighter or two, but it had been friendly and casual, and they still saw each other around town. She wasn't looking for a lover, didn't really need another friend. Lola was confident, energetic, funny, and smart. She knew this about herself. What she wasn't was pretty. She was overweight. Her massive curly black hair was beginning to thread with gray, though she was barely 40, and even though she got enough sleep, she had dark circles under her eyes. She'd never quite figured out how to shape her brows right, and she wasn't good with her crazy hair, so she kept it short. Short and shapeless, but for the loose curls. She only bothered with makeup for special occasions, namely the dentist, the professor, and 2 firefighters. But she wouldn't mind having a male friend, someone she was really comfortable with. She didn't care about falling in love and had absolutely no illusions about a second marriage. The last time she was in love was Dave, and that had been a disaster. But a kind guy to hang out with, a companion, that would be nice. In fact, the one man who intrigued her was Tom Cannaday. Unfortunately, he was clearly still very screwed up about his divorce, and if there was anything Lola wanted less than a man, it was a man's baggage. But what she loved about Tom was that he never complained. His ex-wife had left him with 4 kids to raise on his own, and he shouldered the responsibility, took it on and got it done, was a great parent, remained positive and happy as though he, too, liked his life. She wondered if it was true, what they said, that he'd never really accepted the divorce, that his incredibly beautiful ex-wife still paid regular conjugal visits. Because if that were true, then they had nothing in common after all. If you can find a path with no obstacles, it probably doesn't lead anywhere. Frank A. Clark. Chapter 6. Wait until you see this, Sierra told Cal proudly. Molly, sit. Molly sat. Amazing, Cal said.
Is she ready for the circus?
Shut up. This dog is in recovery. She needs patience and affection and lots of positive reinforcement.
What has she chewed up lately? She's had a good week,
Sully said.
She only chewed up a pair of leather repelling gloves that were hanging on the bottom hook over there by the door, and a pair of my socks that were sticking out of my shoes on the back porch. Oh, and she got a paperback, but it was ready for the recycle anyway. That's all we know of. If we x-ray her, we might find a ton of stuff. So Sierra has a new toy,
Cal said with a grin. Sierra didn't care one bit if they made fun of her, as long as they were very sweet to Molly. Everyone treated Molly like a precious gift, and it was obvious in the dog's behavior that she'd never experienced anything like it before. She was a lovable pest. She leaned against people for a pat, brought people gifts, usually one of her toys, but sometimes something she'd stolen, laid her head in their laps, and sometimes just sat in front of someone, anyone, and barked until they gave her some attention. Sierra had a new friend, and she thought her adorable. That first week she'd been in a panic that Molly might wander off and get lost, but as it turned out, there were 2 secret weapons at her disposal. First, as Sully pointed out, Molly had that special dog's nose and could find her way back to the campground as long as she hadn't gotten too far away. And second, Bo was only too happy to go get her and bring her back. Bo was doing as much to train Molly as everyone else, and Molly might be a little bit in love because she hung close to the lab. When Conrad showed up on the weekend, Sierra knew word had traveled far and wide.
So, this is the mutt you wrestled for?
You watch your mouth, Sierra said. I don't think there's anything but golden in her. Do not offend her or she won't like you. She has shown excellent taste so far. Connie clicked his teeth, dangled his hand at his side, and Molly wagged her tail enthusiastically and went right to him, nudging his hand for a pet. She might have a little slut in her, Sierra muttered.
The best of us do,
Connie said, crouching to give the dog a serious scratch. Isn't she beautiful?
I guess she's kind of good-looking,
Connie said. She's my first dog, Sierra confessed.
Seriously? You didn't have dogs growing up?
There were dogs on the farm, but they were outside dogs. Barn dogs, not dogs that slept on the bed. My grandma would have chased them out with a broom if they got in the house. My brother, Dakota, kind of claimed one of them, and that dog followed him everywhere. It was all we could do to keep him off the school bus. As she recalled, those times they landed back at the farm when she was very young, they lived in the bus. Her grandparents had a small farmhouse and couldn't really take on 6 extra people. So through spring, summer, and fall, they continued to sleep in the bus, but would eat their meals and shower and use the facilities in the house. In winter, they all crammed in the house together. When she was 8 and Cal was 16, they took up permanent residence at the farm because Grandpa had passed. Space was found, though not much more than they'd had before. Sierra went to get Molly's leash off the hook in the back of the store. When Molly saw it, she got all excited. The only dog in the history of the world who was free most of the time and got excited by the leash. But she was smart, and she knew it meant she was going somewhere. Bo ran to Sierra's side immediately. He liked to go along, but Bo didn't need a leash. Would you like to join us? She asked Connie.
I'll just hang out with Sully for a while,
he said.
You and your little friends have fun.
We certainly will, she said, heading across the yard for one of the trails. Connie went into the store and found Sully stocking shelves.
Need a hand?
He asked.
I got it,
Sully said.
Grab a cup of coffee. Holler when you're ready for boxes from the storeroom. You know I like to show off my big muscles. Just seen you show off the one between your ears, son, he said. Besides, there don't seem to be any pretty young women around at the moment. I'll just practice then.
Connie positioned himself at the lunch counter where he could visit with Enid and be handy when Sully started toting big boxes of supplies out of the back storeroom. Conrad Boyle was 33 and had grown up in and around Timberlake. For a while, his family lived in Leadville when they'd found a good rental house there. Then they moved back to Timberlake when Connie was in first grade and his mom and dad had divorced. When his mom remarried, they'd stayed in that house and his stepfather moved in with them. Connie wouldn't call his growing up years hard, but they were at least inconvenient and at times very difficult. First off, his father and then his stepfather had both been brutish, angry men, while his mother was a kind, hard-working, even-tempered woman. To this day, Connie didn't understand why his mother couldn't find better men to marry. And if she couldn't, then why didn't she just live as a single woman? "You'll understand someday, Connie," his mother, Janie, said. Right then and there, he decided that if he didn't find a good woman, one with whom he had mutual respect and happiness, he wasn't going to do it. He did not ever come to understand, as his mother promised he would. His mother might not be gorgeous, but she was certainly attractive, had a nice figure, a pretty smile, and a sunny disposition. Both his father and stepfather were verbally abusive, and while they did work steady, they did as little around the house as possible, yet their demands seemed constant. "Conrad, you get that garage cleaned yet? Help your mother in the kitchen. I never saw anyone as lazy as you. That's your yard, kid. Every Saturday come hell or high water. Why the hell ain't that driveway shoveled? You're a fucking idiot. If I can put food on the table, you can at least keep ahead of your chores." To add to Connie's misery growing up, he was small. Hard to believe, looking at him now. He was small and he had a girl's name. Everyone always called him Connie. Even if he corrected them and said, "It's Conrad," they'd still call him Connie. He felt like a boy named Sue. He had to defend himself a lot. There were guys in his class who had the shadow of a beard in 6th grade, but his growth didn't kick in until he was 15. It was like that summer between 9th and 10th grade, his feet grew from size 7 to 11. Testosterone descended on him and he shot up. Thank God. His mother divorced his father when Connie was 6, and his stepfather when Connie was 17, not quite finished with high school. He had a half-brother, Bernard, who they called Beaner, 10 years younger than Connie. And with that second divorce, his mother got a job in Denver and took 7-year-old Beaner with her. Connie stayed in Timberlake and moved in with his buddy, Rafe's family, even though they had 5 kids. It was where he'd been hanging out whenever he could anyway. Rafe's mother, Marguerite Vadas, said she'd always kind of wanted 6 kids, so it was perfect. And at the Vadas home, Connie found the kind of family life he admired and wished he could emulate. Carlos Vadas, a cook and outdoorsman, loved kids. It was a revelation to Connie that just the simple action of enjoying one's family could make home life nearly perfect. It wasn't flawless. It wasn't without its tense or grumpy moments. It certainly wasn't without arguments. Just the fights over the bathroom alone could be staggering. But it just wasn't challenging all the time. No one held a grudge, and the single most important thing, no one seemed to walk on eggshells or brace themselves for the next blow-up. He never once heard Carlos Varas complain about the work of feeding his family, or ridicule his children, or call them names. The Varas kids, like all kids, could be lazy about their chores, and Carlos would say things like, "I think someone wants to go to homecoming and have a new dress, but she doesn't like doing the dishes. I think that's not the way it works, does it?" Or, "I hear someone wants to use his mama's car on the weekend, but he isn't so interested in mowing and trimming. Do I have that right?" And of course, everyone got in trouble sometimes. "No phone, then. Maybe if you have no phone, you have no opportunity to make plans that will only get you in trouble." Or, "You don't like that curfew of midnight? I think you will like 11 better. Yes?" Connie realized he developed an idea of the kind of life he wanted from the neighbors. It was as simple as that. Carlos and Marguerite were not as attractive as his mother and father had been, yet were far more affectionate. They were always playing on the same team when it came to the kids. Connie wanted that, a wife he could love and depend on into old age. He'd wanted that until he thought he had it and had lost it in a most miserable and humiliating way. Now he was trying to figure out what kind of life he could have instead. Connie had stayed on in Timberlake, taking a few college courses, joining the volunteer search team and training until there was an opening in the fire department, and he tested right alongside his best friend Rafe. They were both 25 when they were hired, and it seemed they were junior firefighters forever. When he was 27, he met Alyssa. She was cutting hair in Timberlake, and she was hot. She was tall and leggy, big-breasted with long, thick, dark hair, dark eyes, and ruby lips that were full and delicious. Connie was suddenly needing a lot of haircuts. They began to date, and Connie fell in love. Hard. He'd found the one. He'd bought some land just outside of town, a beautiful acre in the foothills, not even half paid for. While he and Alyssa talked marriage and children, he began to build her a house. Well, he was having it built, but he took great pride in being involved and helping. It was a small house to start, but it was designed for future add-ons. Within 2 years, they were living in it and planning a wedding. And then things went south. Alyssa grew moody and distant. He knew something was wrong, but she denied it. Yet there were red flags all over the place. She wasn't in the mood for sex. There was whispering into the phone. He caught her crying a couple of times. She blamed everything on her hormones. He decided to do something really nice for her, so he took her car and washed it and detailed it to surprise her. But he found a pair of her sexiest panties under the seat. He put them on the kitchen table and asked her just what the hell was going on. "Where'd those come from?" she'd asked.
"Under the front seat of your car. Care to explain?"
She'd claimed they'd been pinching her, so she'd slid them off and stuffed them under her seat, out of sight, and forgot about them. Then she'd laid into him for taking her car without telling her, and she was furious. Connie was getting desperate. He was close to asking Carlos for advice when it became unnecessary. He took some personal time from work one afternoon and went home with some flowers for Alyssa and a hope they might straighten some things out. But there in his drive was the car of a fellow firefighter, Christian Derringer. He was a little older than Connie, married with a couple of little kids, and he was a whore. He was a screw-around and didn't have any conscience about it. Connie found them in the bedroom. He grabbed Chris by the ankles, dragged him through the house and out the front door, hefted him up, and tossed his naked ass into the snow. All the way, Alyssa was screaming, clutching a sheet to her naked body, raging at Connie. And right at that moment, all of Connie's ideals and preconceived notions collapsed.
"I'm going back to work," he told her. "I'm filing a complaint with the captain, and while I'm there, you move out. Be gone when I get home."
"This is my house, too," she yelled. "You can't throw me out."
"Oh, yes, I can," he said. "We're not married, thank God."
"I'm keeping this house," she screamed. "At least half of it."
"Sue me," he said.
His captain had talked him out of filing a formal complaint, but he did move Chris out of Connie's unit. For a couple of years, it was kind of hard to tell whether Connie would pull Chris out of a burning building. They were never going to be able to work together again, but they were still from the same small town. Connie gave him a real wide berth. He sincerely hoped Chris would never be trapped on a ledge somewhere when Connie was on duty. The drama divided the firehouse. There were those who sided with Connie and thought he'd gone easy on the bastard.
"I might have killed them both,"
Rafe said. Rafe was the gentlest man in Timberlake. And then there was the other team. They were kind of a mishmash. Some thought Connie should have taken out his wrath on Alyssa and not Chris. Some thought Chris was just screwing around and it shouldn't be such a melodrama. "Get over it already. You dodged a bullet," they'd say to Connie. Like Alyssa was the only one at fault. And some thought all was fair in love and war. Chris had invaded Connie's territory, and Connie hated him for it. But he took the high road. He gave himself a reasonable period of time, maybe about 6 months, then decided Alyssa and Chris were in his past. They were dead to him. His secret was he might never be over it. Not as long as he could remember what it was like loving her while she was loving him. But as far as others could tell, he'd moved on. Of course, Chris stayed married, kept running around on his wife, and Alyssa was still cutting hair in Timberlake. They couldn't help but run into each other. And after a year or so, Connie told her he wasn't angry anymore. "Connie, it's the biggest mistake of my life," she'd said with tears in her eyes. "Can't we try again? We weren't married after all."
and he had said, "No. I can forgive you for what you did, but we won't be trying again."
Connie dated quite a bit. Hardly ever the same girl for 3 dates. Always a beautiful girl. He had no trouble getting girls and no interest in being tied down. He half wanted, half feared getting that feeling again. That lurch in the heart, that dazed brain, the fuzzy vision and lightness in the head. Rationally, he didn't want to believe his one and only chance was Alyssa, who would be so coolly and easily unfaithful. Emotionally, he had no interest in going through that again. Was it even imaginable that he would trust again? Not likely. Sierra had to keep reminding Molly to stay with her. She had to keep reminding Beau, for that matter. Beau was a trailblazer. He liked to get out ahead of them and nose around. She wasn't sure what she'd do if Beau cornered an elk, buck, or a bear. She had the small canister of mace in her vest pocket, but she didn't think it would do much good on an angry bear. She had dog treats in the other pocket and her water in her backpack. She kept telling Molly how good she was, how well she was doing, stopping every so often to work on voice commands. They were starting to experiment with down. She had to add a little incentive, a gentle push on the head until Molly was in the down position. And she couldn't help but fantasize her dog becoming the best trained dog in the universe. Of course, Sully only said,
"Let her get to be about 4 years old and you might really have something. Those Goldens are the best-natured dogs."
The walks, at least one a day, and sometimes two if she didn't have to work at the diner, were good for the dogs. They were both less trouble, calmer. Well, except for bunny chasing. She probably shouldn't have, but she hadn't been able to resist letting Molly join Beau on a little chase. It just filled Molly with such joy. But Molly's chasing days were now done. The problem came when the dogs had actually caught one. Beau, being older and better trained, just loped off to find Sully and present his catch, and Beau soft-mouthed his catch so Sully could just release the bunny, usually back behind the garden shed. But Molly had brought Sierra a bunny that had been mortally bitten. "Oh, God! What do I do now?" Sierra had wailed, horrified.
"Dig a hole," Sully had said. "City girl."
Well, she was the farthest thing from a city girl, but there were parts of this country living that were alien to her, and difficult. But it was still better than the life she had lived before. Out here, on one of the many paths and trails that led into the mountains, it was easy for Sierra to let her mind wander. Gratitude was almost automatic, something that was a struggle under other circumstances. When she was out here in nature, she could think about how lucky she was to be alive. When she'd been struggling in the city, in rehab, at work, it was too easy for her to feel sorry for herself. Addicts had the market cornered on self-pity. They were experts at it. She and the dogs were well out in the wilderness on a very good, well-traveled trail when it happened. She stepped in a hole, her ankle twisted, and she heard it crinkle almost like tissue paper. Crunch, crunch, crunch. "Shit," she said as she landed on her butt. Molly immediately began licking her face. "Not now, Molly," she said. She sat there a minute, trying to assess the damage. It didn't really hurt, but she knew it was probably time to go home, so she called Beau, who came trotting back to her. "Sorry, kids, but I think I might have sprained my ankle. At least." She hoisted herself up and stepped gingerly on her right foot, and pain shot up her leg to her knee. "Whoa," she said. "Damn." She took a few careful steps, only able to set her injured foot on her toes. She bit her lip and went slowly and carefully. She was only a half hour out from the campground, so if she went slowly, carefully, she could get there. She could probably slide on her butt, and it would only take her... Hell, it would take most of the day. She took 10 slow steps, and the pain brought tears to her eyes. "Holy macaroni," she said to her companions. "Too bad one of you isn't a horse." 10 minutes, and maybe 100 steps later, she sat on a boulder. She rolled down her sock and looked at her ankle. It was already swollen and was turning a very unhealthy color. She decided she'd just wait a while. Someone would be along. There were lots of hikers around. Then she heard thunder. Perfect, she said. In 5 minutes, she felt the first drops. As far as she could remember, there hadn't been a cloud in the sky when she set out on her hike, and now there would be no hikers coming along. It was going to be a long, wet afternoon waiting until someone noticed they'd been gone too long. Connie moved to the front porch with his coffee cup. Personally, he loved the rain, but it was a little inconvenient around a campground. People were driven indoors, and most of the time that meant a tent. A couple of campers came jogging across the grounds to the store. They might buy snacks to help them hunker down in their tents, or they might decide the porch was a good place to wait it out. It wasn't long before Sully was on the porch, holding a cup of his own. He just sat down and watched the rain make a mess of the grounds. Surprisingly, it was only the two of them on the porch.
"There's gonna be a wet girl and 2 wet mutts coming along pretty soon,"
Connie said.
"Yep,"
Sully agreed.
"They won't melt. The dogs'll love it. They're gonna track up everything. House, store, everything. Yep. I hate that part."
10 minutes later, Connie said,
"You'd think she'd be making tracks, rain and all." "Hurrying won't make her less wet,"
Sully said. 10 minutes later, Connie said,
"You suppose she holed up under a big tree, waiting for it to pass?" "Likely,"
Sully said.
"You waiting around for her or something?"
Nah,
I should probably just go. Unless I can lend you a hand." "I got nothing to do I can't get done. We're going over to that barn for supper, me and Sierra. I'm closing the store at 6:30.
I ought to make a run by that barn one of these days. See how it's coming along," Connie said.
"If you can tell, you're a better man than I am. They keep squawking about all the progress they're making, and it still looks like a barn under construction to me. I reckon we'll be eating at that indoor picnic table."
Connie laughed at him.
"I built my house, you know. I mean, I had some help. I had a general contractor, mostly for looks and for getting inspections. But I did a lot of the work." "Oh, I know,"
Sully said.
"Can't remember you talking about much else for a couple of years. I love that house,"
he said. He hadn't thought he could do so well, and he'd poured himself into it thinking one day he'd be telling his sons he'd built the home they lived in. His wife would tell her friends she picked out every detail, from faucets to door handles. Shortly after the house was done, he threw his woman out for cheating right in his own bed. He bought a new mattress and all new bedding. For the next year, Connie had hardly said a word about the house. The rain eased up to a dribble, ready to stop.
"She'll be along now," Connie said. "You are waiting for her," Sully said. "Well, I wasn't, but now I am. She and the 2 dogs have been missing in the rain for quite a while now, and I'll just feel better knowing she got back. That they all got back. That's a nice little dog she got herself." "Molly isn't little," Sully said. "She's 65 pounds at about a year old. She's gonna be a nice size. I'm betting 80 pounds, 70 of which will be hair."
He whistled.
"Between Molly and Bo, we'll keep Hoover in business." "I'll be getting out of here before the dog washing starts,"
Connie said. And about 5 minutes later, there was the sound of barking.
"Here she comes, then. Better run for your life,"
Sully said.
"Gonna be messy."
"I'm not going anywhere till I see her," he said.
"Bet she looks like a drowned rat. I know it's an easy laugh, but come on."
Then Bo appeared looking like he'd been through combat, mud up to his ears, hair slicked down and soaked. He pranced in front of the porch, barking, and Sully stood up from his chair.
"Where is she, Bo?"
he asked. And Bo answered by barking and prancing.
"Holy Jesus,"
he muttered, going into the store quickly. Connie followed him, watched as he gathered up bottled water, the first aid kit, rain slicker, some energy bars, and dog biscuits as incentive.
"What are you doing?" "Going to get her," he said.
"No, Sully," Connie said.
"I'm going. Will Bo take me?" "I don't know. I suppose he might. He's back and he's riled and he's soaked to the bone. I don't think he would have left her, unless he had to." "I'm going, Sully." "Why? Why you?" I'm a paramedic, for God's sake. If she's hurt, you think you can carry her? I have a better first aid kit in the truck. I have walkie-talkies. You should stay here in case she comes back and you can radio me. I'll try to get Bo to take me to her. He ain't trained in that, you know. But I have sent him off to get Molly when she wanders a little far, and he could manage that."
Connie made tracks to his truck. He loaded up his backpack, changed his shoes for boots, put a rappelling rope over one shoulder, put on a harness, and grabbed an extra in case. He wasn't sure he'd have to lower himself down a hill or cliff, but if he did have to, he wasn't going to come back for that stuff. He checked his GPS unit. Charged. Sully was on the porch.
"Want me to call the search group? Let's see what Bo gives me first," he said. "I have a feeling he knows what he's talking about."
He handed Sully a walkie-talkie. Then he looked at the dog, gave him a pet, and said,
"Take me to her, Bo."
Many people will walk in and out of your life, but only true friends will leave footprints in your heart. Eleanor Roosevelt. Chapter 7. Sierra shivered and checked her watch every 2 minutes. She'd been sitting for over a half hour, and it was cold back in the woods. Bo had abandoned her and was probably chasing a deer or rolling around in bear poop somewhere. Her teeth chattered. Molly shivered, and Sierra held her close against her thigh, arm around her, trying to lend heat. At 40 minutes since Bo took off, she wondered if she should start to hobble or crawl or scoot on her butt. She checked her ankle almost as often as her watch. It was looking more repulsive by the minute, growing red and purple and fat. She took a drink of her water and then held Molly's chin up and squirted some in her mouth. Molly looked up at her with very sad, sympathetic eyes. "I'm sorry," she told her new best friend. "I put you in a terrible, scary situation. I should have been paying closer attention to the ground." Molly just licked her. "You are the nicest friend I've ever had," she told Molly. Soaking wet, all her fluff matted down with rain, she didn't seem to be very big. "Imagine, I could be out here alone. But I feel like I'll never be alone again now that I found you."
"You're not alone now either," a voice said.
She jumped in sudden fear and looked up to see Connie and Bo standing on the trail not too far away. She grabbed her chest, tried to slow her lurching heart.
"What's up, Sierra?"
She sat on a rock and lifted her foot toward him. "I fell. I messed up my ankle, I guess. I tried walking on it, and I can, but I looked around for a strong stick or branch I could use like a cane, but no luck." Connie came forward and shed his backpack, rope, and extra harness. He knelt in front of her and lifted her foot, pulling down the sock to look at her ankle. He gently turned it back and forth, and she winced.
"Crap,"
he said.
"What an ugly mess."
He dug around in his backpack and brought out an ace bandage. "Were you going climbing?" she asked, noting the ropes and harness.
"Nope, I was coming after you."
"What's the rope and everything for?" He met her eyes, and once again she was startled by the beautiful robin's egg blue.
"I didn't know where I'd find you, Sierra. You could have been at the bottom of a ravine or something."
He pulled a walkie-talkie off his belt.
"I got her, Sully. She hurt her ankle. I'll bring her back." "You need transport?" Sully's raspy voice asked into the radio. "No, I'll transport her."
"How are you going to do that?" Sierra asked. "Are you going to cut down tree branches and build a litter and drag me home?"
"No, I'm going to piggyback you," he said. "The preferred method is the fireman's carry over the shoulder, but a half hour of that would just about ruin you."
He unlaced her hiking boot.
"I'm going to wrap this ankle to help get the swelling under control, but I'm not taking the boot off. You might not get it back on, and it'll be easier to carry while it's on your foot. When we get back to Sully's, we'll elevate it, put ice on it, and I'll wrap it properly. We might have to go get an x-ray."
"Do you think I broke it?"
"You'll need an x-ray to know that, Sierra. You have water?"
"Yes," she said, holding out her bottle. He took it and shared it with Bo, who had done a lot of running lately. Then he gave Bo and Molly a couple of treats. "Did Bo fetch you?" she asked. "I didn't have many options, but I thought he might be able to get himself home. He's familiar with the trails out here."
"He did. I think we got ourselves a search animal. Or maybe just a smart animal. I don't know. But he did come for Sully, and he brought me to you.
I couldn't let Molly go. I thought she'd probably follow Bo, but what if she didn't? I couldn't go find her if she got lost. He finished wrapping up her ankle.
Are you in a lot of pain?
Only when I step on it, and then Sowie. He dug around in his backpack and came out with 2 bottles of water, handing them to her. Then he stuffed the rope and harness in his backpack. He took the pack behind the rock she'd been sitting on and hid it behind a bush. He covered it with his rain slicker. What are you doing?
I don't need the extra weight. I'll come back for it later or tomorrow. You about ready to go home?
Her teeth chattered and she nodded.
You'll warm up a little with my body heat,
he said. He crouched in front of her.
You're in charge of the water, for me and the dogs. Put it in your backpack and climb on. Piggyback.
Oh, I don't know, Connie. What am I going to do if I break your back? He threw her a look over his shoulder that said,
Don't be ridiculous.
Let's think about this, she said. You don't have to impress me. I know you're very strong. If I could just lean on you...
That'll take too long. Besides, I have to be able to carry 75 pounds up 15 stories to stay qualified. This will be easier, so let's do it. Come on.
All right, she said. It's your funeral.
That was unnecessary,
he said. He hoisted her up, settled her with a couple of bounces.
How's that feel?
I feel fine. How do you feel?
Like we're going for a long walk,
he said.
Hang on to Molly's leash. I'm not chasing her. Come on, Bo. Let's do it.
And off he went. After 10 minutes or so, breathing harder than he had been, he stopped and lowered her to the ground. He was a little raspy.
Little rest. Water, please.
He shook out his limbs, stretched his back, drank some water, crouched in front of her again. Take a little more time, she said.
I'm ready.
Really? Take a little more...
Come on,
he said.
I don't want to be doing this all day.
All right. She climbed on. Is there anything I can do to make this easier?
Tell me a story,
he said. A story?
Tell me your story, then. When did you decide to move out here, and from where?
A couple of months before I got here. Cal had been after me. He and Maggie wanted me to come. I wasn't sure that was a good idea, so I thought about it for a while.
But you came. From where? And why?
You're very nosy, she said. I was living in Des Moines in a little house with some roommates. My parents live on a farm in the southern part of the state. I'd been through a series of dead-end jobs, and I knew I needed to do something different. And I missed Cal. He's my favorite sibling, and we were really close growing up.
What kind of jobs?
He asked. She sighed. Seriously bad jobs. I had some college, about 3 years. That took me about 6 to get because I had to work. I went to school in Michigan, and when Cal's wife died and he left the state,
Wait, his wife died?
Connie asked. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that.
3 years ago. They were married about 8 years, I think. She was a lawyer, too. They were very happy, but she had scleroderma.
I know what it is,
he said.
It's awful. That's what it is.
Yeah, the poor woman. My poor brother. After she died and he left Michigan, so did I. About 6 months later. But he was off on some odyssey to find himself, and there was no place for me in that. So I went back to Iowa, kicked around for a few months near the farm, took a couple of jobs I hated but paid decent and had benefits. Over the last year and a half, I waitressed, cleaned airport bathrooms, worked in a couple of nursing homes. The worst job was in a recycle center, separating stuff, handling garbage, basically. It was awful. My life was going nowhere, so coming out here to see if I could make sense of things didn't seem like a bad idea. Cal made sense of his. I think it all came together when he found Maggie.
Maggie's cool,
Connie said.
Didn't you have a guy?
She laughed. Oh, Connie. No, there wasn't a guy.
Why'd you say it like that? Like it was a dumb question.
It wasn't a dumb question, she said. I don't have a good answer, that's all. I went out with some guys, but... okay, here's the deal. I can't pick 'em. That's all. If I met some guy I liked, odds were excellent he was a loser. There you have it.
Describe loser, he said.
Come on, don't ask me that. You'll just find out how really incompetent I am, and I'd rather you think I'm smart and nice.
I do. Describe loser.
She took a deep breath. Liars, cheaters, guys with bad habits, or mean personalities, or nasty tempers. Or psychopathic stalkers, she thought. That was the real reason she'd left Des Moines suddenly. She thought she saw him there. She wasn't absolutely sure, but she saw a guy at a distance, about a block away, who was a dead ringer for Derek Cox. She decided this invitation of Cal's couldn't have come at a better time. Connie just marched on for a while, silent, contemplating.
Not one good man?
He finally asked. Well, the problem could be me, she said. I saw Colorado as an opportunity. For self-examination. For renewal. A fresh start.
Because you'd like to find a good guy,
he said. I'm not looking for a guy. Definitely don't want to find another loser, she said with a laugh. Really? I love my life as one person. And now that I have Molly, I feel so connected. Molly's so wonderful. A little naughty and in the most innocent way. The dog looked up at her. Yes, I'm talking about you. She loves to please. She smiles. She honestly does. When she emerges from puppyhood, she'll be the most magnificent dog alive. Connie grunted. Need a rest? She asked.
Nah, I'm good. Just seems like since it takes so little to make you happy, you should have found the right guy years ago.
Maybe I'm finally changing, Connie. Want to tell me about your girl?
My what?
Your girl. Don't you have a girl? He snorted.
I have a lot of girls.
She laughed. That figures.
What do you mean, figures? I go out, okay? I have girls I go out with, but I'm not in a relationship.
Well, that figures. He stopped walking and let her slide gently to the ground.
Water,
he said. She pulled a bottle out of her pack and watched as he took a drink, then squirted water in both dogs' mouths. He went through his shaking out limbs and stretching maneuvers again, took a few deep breaths, a little more water, then presented his back.
Up you go.
Are we almost back? She asked.
Not far now,
he said. And off he went. A few minutes passed before he said anything.
I had a girl a few years ago. Couple of years ago, I guess. It didn't work out.
Sierra didn't say anything.
I guess she had a short attention span.
I don't need to know, Sierra said.
Someone else came along, got her attention, and that was the end of that. Since then, I've just been going out for fun. Just friends, you know? There hasn't been anyone serious, is all I'm saying.
Okay, fine. You don't have to explain.
I know. I'm not explaining. I'm telling you because you told me, and that's what people do.
Stop it. You're going to get all out of breath.
I'm fine.
He went quiet again.
We might have that in common, you know.
What?
Not being able to pick 'em.
Then it's probably good we're not picking any right now, she said.
I never saw it coming,
he said. Really? I don't need to know this.
She cheated with a guy I knew, a guy I work with.
Sierra groaned.
So, it was pretty ugly,
he said.
But that was a couple of years ago, and I don't even think about it anymore.
I can see that, she said. Look, I'm sorry that happened to you.
Yeah, shit happens.
Thank God the back of the store came into sight. Sully was standing outside the back door, out by the garden. Bo ran to him, so she let Molly's leash drop. Okay, Molly, she said, and her best girl charged for Sully. When Connie reached Sully, Sierra could see he looked concerned, worried.
What we got, Connie? A badly sprained ankle at least. It's gonna need an x-ray.
He let her slide down to balance on one foot, leaning on him.
You want to try to get a little cleaned up, Sierra? I'll tote you over to the cabin, and if you can clean up and change out of your wet clothes without putting weight on your ankle, you can. Or I can help you. I've seen a lot of naked girls.
He grinned. She made a face. I'll manage, she said. I hate for you to go to any more trouble.
Really, if you walk on it, you could have bigger problems. You shouldn't walk on it. I can take her for an x-ray, Connie, Sully said. They see me in that urgent care all the time, Connie said. He grinned. I'm influential there. You just worry about the store and call Cal. You might be late for dinner. She'll probably be on crutches. And you'll have to see about Molly. I think Molly and Bo, they might need a little extra food and water. Sully picked up Molly's leash and looked down at the two wagging, smiling dogs. They look ecstatic to me.
Oh, Sully, I'm sorry. They're filthy, and I bet they stink. Maybe if you call Cal, he'll help out, Sierra said.
I ain't crippled, Sully said. I've been washing dogs since before you were born. Come on, you two.
Connie presented his back.
Up you go. Let's get this done.
And he carried her off to her cabin.
I'll call the urgent care in town and let them know we're coming. Luckily, they have an x-ray. Can you get along on your own? Hopping and using furniture to hold yourself off that foot?
I got it, she said. Thanks. Connie felt like an idiot. He had no idea why he'd made so many lame comments to Sierra. He had a lot of girls? Since when? His last serious girl cheated with a guy he worked with. Why not just direct her to the Facebook crap that had been posted at the time? He'd seen a lot of girls naked? Very classy, Connie. Sierra cleaned up, and Connie took her to the urgent care in Timberlake. He'd called ahead, so the technician took an x-ray, and the urgent care doctor said it looked like a bad sprain. He said he'd send the films over to the orthopedic surgeon to see if he found anything more than that. The prescription was a wrap, ice, elevation, stay off it for a couple of weeks, at least. I'm a waitress, Sierra said.
Not for 2 or 3 weeks. You don't want to ignore this, screw it up, and limp for the rest of your life. I'll write you an excuse so your boss doesn't fire you. And a prescription for pain meds, the doctor said.
Okay, she said. I don't need pain meds.
You might, he said. I'll give you the prescription, and if you need it, you'll have it.
And that was it. Connie stopped by the firehouse to change into some dry, clean clothes he had in his locker, and had her back at the crossing by 7 p.m. Cal and Maggie were there. Maggie was setting one of the tables on the front porch. It appeared they'd brought dinner because Sierra had an injury. Cal came out to Connie's truck and plucked Sierra out of the passenger seat and carried her up to the porch. Connie had wanted to do that. Instead, he followed, carrying her crutches.
Looks like you're all set, Connie said. Cal, she got a prescription for pain meds, but she didn't want to fill it.
I'm fine, Sierra said. But by the look on her face, she was barely fine.
I'd get the pills just to have them.
I just need ice and elevation.
I'll see you later then.
Oh, no, you don't, Maggie said. I set a place for you. You're having dinner with us.
Aw, I'm kind of...
He sniffed in the general direction of his armpit.
I changed, but I didn't want to waste time on a shower. We're all hard-working people here,
Sully said as he came out of the store with a steaming casserole dish for the table.
Besides, my nose has been dead about 10 years now. My eyes and ears are struggling to catch up with my nose.
Sit down, Connie, Maggie said. She was adjusting Sierra's foot up on a chair. You should get a whiff of me after about 6 hours inside a skull. It's amazing. Right now, she said, sniffing her sleeve. I smell like wet dog. And we owe you at least dinner. Maybe dinner and a movie.
Okay, it's your funeral,
Connie said. That was unnecessary, Sierra said, smiling at him. Come on, sit down. After all, you saved my life. We're bonded now.
He saves lives for a living, Cal said. Don't give him too much attention. You weren't likely to die, Sierra, Connie said. Just get very wet and make your ankle more swollen.
He pulled up a chair as far away from the group as possible, taking care to sit between Cal and Sully. He wanted to sit by Sierra, but opted instead to sit across from her. He could look right at her. Cal disappeared and returned with salad and French bread. Sully disappeared and returned with serving spoons and tongs. Everyone sat. Then no one moved.
What have we got here?
Connie asked, suddenly starving. Low-sodium vegetarian lasagna and gluten-free French bread, Maggie announced proudly.
Thrilling,
Sully mumbled.
I hope I get to pick a last meal before I croak. Convicted killers get to...
It's delicious, Maggie said. Stop bitching.
Rejoice, Cal said. Maggie doesn't cook.
I cook, she said, but you cook better, and I'm okay with that. And thus the dinner progressed with stories, jokes, banter, debate. Connie liked the way Cal and Maggie poked at each other, the way Sully poked at everyone, and not the least of which was poking at himself. The lasagna was good, despite the fact that there wasn't any meat. Connie liked it, and it got him talking about his diet. He was a little obsessive about his food and his exercise. He'd always been, since he was 15 anyway. He avoided processed foods, he told them. Well, there was that period of time a couple of years ago when he'd been pretty dysfunctional. Didn't work out much, ate whatever was handy, got a little flabby and out of shape. People joked about the divorce diet, but in Connie's case, he'd actually gained fat, had a little floppy belly, couldn't sleep, couldn't concentrate. He didn't mention that part. He just said he was a little obsessive, having been small when he was a kid. It was only about 8 when he noticed Sierra was getting droopy. He met her eyes across the table.
I bet you're worn out,
he said softly. I think so. He pushed back his chair and stood.
Sierra's saying goodnight, and then so am I. Dinner was great, Maggie, but I need a shower. First, I'm going to take my rescue back to her cabin, then I'll take off. Oh, someone will have to take her into town tomorrow if the orthopedist wants to see her. She can't drive with that bad ankle. If you need my help, just call. I got it, Cal said. I can take her to the cabin if...
I'm good, Connie said.
By now she's almost an appendage. I'll bring ice,
Cal said. Connie scooped Sierra off her chair, swung her past the crutches leaning against the wall, clicked his teeth to Molly, told her to come on, and took Sierra down the steps and across the yard. She leaned her head against his chest, and he felt warm there. Warm and cozy and pleasant.
You're going to sleep good tonight,
he said, resisting the urge to drop a kiss on her head. You're going to sleep even better, she said. Then she yawned.
Listen, about before, all that stuff about my ex, I don't know why I brought that up. It didn't mean that much, you know? It's so over I can hardly remember her face. She's still working in Timberlake, and I run into her sometimes, but if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't even recognize her.
I thought nothing of it, Sierra said. But what I told you about attracting losers, it's real. So stand clear. It's possible that if I like you, it turns you into a loser. He laughed.
I'm not worried. I'm kind of stuck with who I am.
Thank you for helping me today, she said.
No big deal,
he said. Connie, you carried me on your back for over a mile.
Like Cal said, it's what I do. Don't give me too much attention for it.
He put her down in front of the little cabin.
You'll be okay now. Your brother's bringing ice. I have to work the next couple of days, but if you need something, I can get a few hours of personal time.
I have Cal, and Sully, and Maggie, too. She doesn't go back to Denver for a few days.
Well, you're in good hands then,
he said, backing away.
Have a good sleep.
You too. He headed for his truck. He passed Cal, who had an ice pack and Sierra's crutches. There was very little activity around the grounds. A few campfires here and there. There was a couple down near the lake. They seemed almost wrapped around each other, and Connie envied them. He was suddenly melancholy. He liked Sierra. She'd been up against his back or in his arms for a long time today, and it had been perfect. And she, like him, had no confidence real love would ever find her. He understood the feeling. But damn, he wasn't ready. He might never be ready. He'd been getting by just fine. So why now? Why her?
Look out, Connie,
he told himself.
Looks like you're going down.
Sierra leaned on her door, feeling cold. Molly sat patiently beside her. They both watched Connie walk away, and Sierra noted he did not have a swagger. Nope, just an even, powerful, confident stride. His back was straight, his legs long, his waist narrow. His arms must be sore, she thought. His back must ache. Even though she wasn't heavy, he'd carried her for so long. And until today, she thought his words sometimes had a little bite in them. But today, it was nothing but sweet. He regretted mentioning the ex, and she knew what that meant. He was still stung. He thought they had something in common. That failure to find a good partner. Ha! He had no idea. She hadn't even thought about falling in love. She'd just been looking for a guy, and back in her drinking days, just about any man would do. They usually turned out to be creeps and users and liars. But not unlike she had been. Then that last one, the one she'd let into her life, the one who put her in danger, the one who left her in trouble. That one made her realize she'd been in no shape to have a man in her life. Not until she could stand on her own 2 feet, use actual clear-headed judgment, would she deserve the kind of man she really wanted, needed, could love for real. At dinner, they told the story of how Maggie was lowered over a cliff to save Jackson Canaday, who had fallen, cracked his skull, and lay unconscious on a precipice 300 feet from the ground. If he came to and rolled around, he'd have fallen the rest of the way and be dead. If Maggie hadn't been lowered down there to drill holes in his skull with an ordinary shop drill, he'd be dead. If the rope that dangled her down to that ledge had given way, she'd be dead. And then Connie and his paramedic team had gone after her, pulling her and the injured Jackson to safety. He'd just looked at his dinner, shy, modest. How many times a week was he a superhero, she wondered. How many women had he carried out of a burning house or across the trail for an hour? Because she wanted to be the only one. She made no sense to herself. Cal was walking toward her. He smiled as he passed Connie. She took the crutches and let him into her cabin, and he waited for her to get in her pajamas, a t-shirt and boxers, then propped her foot up on a pillow and gently covered it with the ice pack. He pulled a couple of pills out of his pocket.
Motrin,
he said.
Maggie checked with the urgent care, and you can have 2 more. Won't wig you out or hurt your tummy since you had a nice dinner.
She called urgent care?
Uh-huh. Dr. Maggie is on a first-name basis with every doctor and nurse in town. I know you don't mess around with the other stuff, but don't suffer, Sierra. Call if you need something. Maggie can fix you up. Maybe something better than Motrin, but non-addictive. Is your phone charged?
All charged. Will you please fill the water bowl for Molly?
Sure. Can you think of anything you need?
She shook her head.
I'll give you a call tomorrow, maybe around lunchtime. If you need to go to town, I can take you. You can call the boss at the diner, right?
He's going to fire me, she said.
Tell him you've got a good lawyer.
She gave him a weak smile.
Aw, you're very tired,
Cal said.
I'm gonna get out of here.
He gave Molly a pat and then watched as the dog got up on the bed beside Sierra, cuddling close. He just smiled and shook his head.
Be sure to call if you need me,
he said. It's just a sprained ankle, Cal, she reminded him.
Call for any reason.
Just go home, she said.
Listen, stop moping and feeling sorry for yourself. You're gonna be fine. And in case you're wondering, Connie is a good guy. He's okay.
She nodded and Cal slipped out the door. But I'm not, she said to Molly. Out of suffering have emerged the strongest souls. The most massive characters are seared with scars. Edwin H. Chapin. Chapter 8. Connie knew it was going to seem a little obvious, but he went out to the crossing the next 3 days. His first excuse was he had to pick up that backpack he'd hidden when he went to find Sierra. Then he wanted to check on her, maybe give the dogs a little workout so they'd be less restless. Then he said he'd just spend time with her since she couldn't go anywhere. The first day she was down, feeling bad about what her injury meant for other people. Byron, who she couldn't help at the diner. Sully, who she couldn't help at the crossing. the dogs who were being neglected by her. The next day she felt better. The swelling was down, and after talking with Byron, she was cheerier. With summer so close, school would be out soon, and he would have a surplus of waitresses and could cover the mornings. The third day, the campground wasn't very populated, and she was feeling better about taking a rest. "Don't you have to work?" she asked him.
"I've worked 2 days this week so far and was off one. I just took a couple of hours to come out and check on you," he said. "It's personal time."
And he was there every day to see how things were going. If he had a lot of time, he helped out at the store and grounds. If he didn't, he spent an hour or so visiting and then left. After a week had passed, he drove her into town to see her doctor. The doctor told her she could drive as long as she didn't put all her weight on that ankle. That cheered her up considerably. "You don't have to keep coming out here to check on me," she told him.
"I check on Sully a lot anyway," he said.
"Sully needs checking on?" she asked.
"No more than you," he said. "If you don't want to be friends, say so. I'll make sure to only talk to Sully and the dogs."
She looked at him with a crooked smile. "Friends?"
"We barely know each other, but if you want to consider something more than friends, we can keep that in mind for later."
"Ha!" she laughed. "You're playing me."
"Don't be ridiculous," he said. "I wouldn't know where to start."
What he was doing was moving really, really slowly, so he wouldn't find himself falling for her and then ending up in the same bucket of shit like he had with Alyssa. Since Sierra was getting around pretty well, he went to the crossing a couple of times to find she wasn't even there. She'd been running some errands, Sully said. She'd gone to Cal's to check out the barn and to Leadville to poke around. But when she was there, they'd stake out a piece of sunshine and talk for an hour or so. She asked him when he decided to become a fireman.
"That's a little murky," he said. "I wanted to be a firefighter since I was about 4, but I also wanted to be a cowboy, an astronaut, and a hobo."
"Hobo?" she asked with an incredulous laugh.
"You know, just a backpack in the open road. But I was a very scrawny kid. I just didn't grow for a long time, and I got sick a lot. Winter colds and stuff. I got teased a lot, picked on a lot. My dad was the worst. He picked on everybody. So I wanted to be someone big and strong and someone everyone looked up to."
"And here you are," she said. "Everybody loves Connie."
"Nah,"
he said. "Oh, they do. But never mind that. So, you were scrawny and picked on, and then—"
"Then, finally, I grew. Not a moment too soon, that's for sure. But I hit 15 and bam! Instant hormones. My mother said I grew 6 inches in 1 year, and I don't know about that, but my feet were awful big. I played sports, worked out a lot, and in my senior year I thought, yeah, I think I'll be a firefighter. But you can't do that at 17, and it takes a lot of preparation. I worked all over the place, mostly physical jobs. I worked as a furniture mover, a trucker, ranch hand, you name it. I took a few college courses. Rafe and I did almost everything together. We got jobs together, went to school together, applied to the fire department together. And that's it, really. The history of Connie Boyle."
"That's a work history. What about the other stuff? Did you go to prom?"
"Yeah, I went to prom. I was a football player. It was practically the law. Didn't you?"
She shook her head. "My situation was a little different than yours. But let's get back to you. How are things with you and your dad now?" That one made him a little uncomfortable. He looked away for a moment. Then he met her eyes.
"My dad was a dick. He was mean to my mother and me. My mom divorced him when I was 6, and even as a little kid, I was not sorry to see him go, even though my mom cried all the time for months. Then she did something I'll never understand. She married another dick. Another mean, snotty, verbally abusive asshole. Why would she do that? She said I'd understand someday, but I do not understand and hope I never do."
Sadly, I get it. People do it all the time. Not on purpose. I don't know why we do it, but some of us are magnets to mean assholes. Luckily for you, when women are picking out their husband, they should look at how that guy treats his mother, not how he was treated by his father. But I guess at some point, all family relationships matter.
"Did you have good family relationships?"
He asked her. I did, actually. But there were extenuating circumstances, like the fact that my dad has struggled with mental illness his whole adult life. That's a little hard to work around.
I guess so,
He said emphatically.
Want to go out to dinner? Maybe Colorado Springs?
No, she said, laughing.
Too soon?
Way, she said.
Okay. Want to go down by the lake?
Okay, she said, starting to get up.
Stay put,
he said.
I'm gonna get a beer. I'm not working tonight. You want something?
Diet Coke?
You got it.
He went inside and bought a beer and a Diet Coke. He argued a little with Sully about paying for it since it was for Sierra, but in the end, Sully grudgingly took his money. He put the beer in one pocket, the Coke in the other, went back outside and scooped her up off her chair and carried her to the picnic table by the lake. She squealed and got the dogs barking and running circles around them. "What are you doing?" she laughed.
You like it when I carry you, and then you're really nice to me.
I'm always nice to you.
You're nicer when I carry you. I have a devious plan. I'm gonna be nice and friendly, and you're gonna like me.
I already like you, Connie.
A lot,
he said.
You're gonna like me a lot.
Sully warned me to look out for the firefighters. They're either real gentlemen with the women, or they're dogs. He stopped walking for a moment. He couldn't help that a little scowl showed up on his face.
He's right. And I know who's who.
Sierra knew Connie wasn't a dog. Not only did he have a fan club around Timber Lake and the crossing, she could tell by his behavior. And while she hated to admit it to herself and absolutely wouldn't admit it to anyone else, she was enjoying his attention. She wasn't grateful for the sprained ankle, but one of the perks was Connie. It might have taken months for them to get friendly, much less have these cozy talks. Since she was able to drive, she met Moody for coffee at the diner. She was getting to know him better. The personal side of his story made him more real to her. She asked him if he still struggled with wanting a drink.
While I was in rehab 30 years ago, my wife moved out of our house. I agreed with her decision. Our marriage was a troubled mess. I was a drunk, and she was a harpy. We had a lot of work to do. Oh, she came to family week at rehab. She was willing to do the work, but I'd worn her out, and we decided it was best if she moved out for a while. So she did. When I knew she was gone, I called a sober friend and asked him to go to the house and get rid of all the liquor before I went home because I felt so vulnerable without my harpy codependent wife to watch my every move. I told him I had bottles stashed everywhere. I told him to please get rid of all of it. When I went home, he had. And I spent the entire night tearing the house apart looking for the secret bottles he might have missed. Not so I could drink, but because it made me afraid, having them lurking there. I ransacked the house to find them and get rid of them. I never did find one.
He shook his head.
I was at a lot of meetings on that. But you know why? Really why? Because no one is conscious of the absence or presence of alcohol the way alcoholics are. We count people's drinks. We wonder how anyone can leave half a drink on the table. Other people don't worry about it. Other people can be done and walk away.
That hypervigilance is very tiring, she said. I'm working on minding my own damn business. I don't want to wonder when someone looks at me if they know.
Well, sometimes they do know. Or guess. What other people think of me is none of my business. Some people guard their anonymity like it's a precious jewel that will blow up if they breach it, while others go on talk shows about it. What you do with yours is up to you. Just don't handle anybody else's.
Course not, she said. When do I start to feel normal? She asked.
When did you last feel normal?
She had never felt normal in her entire life. She bit her lower lip. This could be problematic, she said.
Do you know what prayer I believe God hears the most? The very most?
Moody asked.
Dear God, why can't I be like everyone else?
Do you feel normal? He didn't answer right away and remained silent while their coffee was refilled. Moody took a minute to make adjustments with cream and sugar. He stared at his cup a minute.
There have been days I felt like the job I have ahead for the day is equal to emptying the ocean of water using a fork. And on stranger days, I thought everything was right with the world and God was in his heaven. What if this is the new normal?
What if? She echoed. What's your most frequent prayer? To not drink?
Nah, I'm not going to drink, but I'm vigilant lest I forget. My favorite prayer is, Dear God, I'll pedal if you'll steer.
I like that, she said. I like that very much.
It's yours. It wasn't copyrighted.
2 weeks passed with Sierra on crutches, her ankle feeling better all the time, the bruising going from purple to a yellowish blue with a hint of green. She was diligent about keeping it elevated as much as possible, staying on her crutches when walking, but she was in only the slightest discomfort, unless she accidentally put weight on it. Sierra decided to look around a Colorado Springs mall since she had the time. She'd been to the city before when she went to a rock climbing gym, but that was the extent of her exploration. She even located a meeting over there, and if there was time, she might attend after shopping. But what she was really interested in was spending a couple of hours checking out the clothing stores, the only bookstore in the mall, and maybe doing a little people watching. It had been a long time since she'd been in a department store. She looked through some clothes and actually bought a pair of shorts, but that's where she stopped, because trying them on had been more trouble than it was worth. She spent an hour in the bookstore, which was heaven. She bought a copy of Wuthering Heights because she was weak. It was one of her staple reads, and it didn't feel right not having it with her. As almost an afterthought, she bought something for Cal. Well, for Cal and Maggie. A little unisex onesie that said, Auntie's Favorite on it. Sedona's kids would never know, and that was about all she could really carry while on crutches. In fact, mall walking on crutches was about all the exercise she could take, and she headed in the direction of the exit. And then she saw him. Was it him? She was looking at a man's back, but it sure looked like him. The devil Derek Cox, the man who'd changed her life in every way. It was the same thick brown hair curling at the collar of his powder blue shirt, the same type of shirt he wore a lot because it emphasized his physique, which was impressive. It was tight-fitting, the sleeves too tight at the biceps. That was a year ago, her mind argued. And aren't there lots of shirts like that? Don't a lot of men wear them because they love their muscles? She thought about that every time she saw that. Couldn't they find a slightly larger shirt with sleeves that didn't pinch? Of course they could. That belt looked like his belt. She was a little too familiar with that belt. The shoes, she'd been with him when he bought them. Tommy Bahama. Just ordinary loafers, but they cost a fortune. She barely knew him then. It was the day of their one and only official date, and she'd been impressed. How many people could have that hair, that shirt, that belt, those shoes? The man was with a woman. A girl, really. His hand was gently guiding her at the small of her back, and she had long blonde hair. I had long blonde hair then, Sierra remembered. The girl was laughing, happy to be with him. Would she be happy tomorrow? Sierra worked those crutches hard, following him because as much as she didn't want him to know she was there, she needed to know if it was really him. She moved over to the side of the mall walkway, closer to the storefronts in case she had to dart inside to avoid him. She tried to stay a little bit out of sight. That gait, the way he walked, it had to be him. His heels lifted a little more than necessary with each step. The swagger. His confidence showed in his walk. He was headed for the same exit she would use, but she followed anyway. She kept what she thought was a safe distance. He didn't know she was in Colorado. And why would he be looking for her at this late date? The man reached the exit door, and he turned toward his companion. Derek, the bastard, didn't have a nose that big. Did he? She was frozen. Her eyes were probably huge. She didn't know if it was him or not. He turned to look over his shoulder. Typical. She remembered thinking that was odd about him, always looking behind himself like that, careful to see if anyone was following him, looking at him, looking for him. She thought it was odd until he committed a crime. Then she got it. Before she could study the face more closely, she turned her face away, looking down, her brown hair making a canopy over her profile, concealing her. She waited a few long seconds. She slowly turned, peeking through the strands of her hair. Gone. She had to wait a bit before she could dare follow. Maybe it was him. Just in case it was him, he must not see her. He would come right to her, smiling as though they were friends, long-lost friends. He would talk fast, smile broadly, maneuver her away from help or escape, mesmerize her and manipulate her, try to make her think he's okay. Not just okay, but good for her. By the time she got to the exit doors, there was no sign of them. She watched the parking lot from inside the glass doors. She didn't recognize any people or vehicles. Maybe I've just lost my mind, she said to herself. That's when she realized she'd dropped her packages somewhere. They were gone. She went back the way she'd come. No sign of them. A mall security guard directed her to the lost and found. There were no packages turned in, of course, but they took her name and cell number. She decided to leave. She sat in the pumpkin for a while, devastated over the loss of a book, a pair of shorts, and a onesie. Her throat burned. Or maybe it was over almost seeing the most dangerous man she'd ever known. It was the first thaw of spring in Michigan. It was 55 degrees that afternoon, and she went to her favorite pub to enjoy drinks on the patio with her peeps. The new guy picked her out immediately, and they were together all evening. He was so handsome. All the girls were interested, but he chose her. She wouldn't let him come home with her, but she did give him her number, and she was pathetically thrilled when he called her the very next morning. He showed up at her office building where she worked in accounting for an independent insurance carrier. Her boss was annoyed, but then her boss, a middle-aged woman with a stick up her butt, was never happy anyway. Derek wanted to know if he could take her to lunch. Of course he could. It was much later that she wondered how he'd found her, picked her out like that. Had she told him where she worked? She must have. How else could he have found her? She brushed off the curiosity because who knew what she'd tell someone when she'd been a little lit up with mojitos. Mojitos, a spring drink. He met her after work. He got sulky when she wouldn't let him spend the night, so she tried to make it up to him by being extra sweet, and it worked. He went back into Prince Charming mode. Called and texted all the time. He was fascinating. He dropped out of law school to enlist. Since one of her brothers was a lawyer and the other a captain in the army, they had something to talk about. He told her how he went to Afghanistan and ended up being trained in special ops as an undercover officer. When he got out of the military, he worked under civilian contract as the civilian version of a spy, flying all over the world for special projects with a team of specialists. He'd grown up in an interesting family. His father was a race car driver. Not one of the famous ones, but he'd made a good living, and the family followed races all over. His mother sang backup in a country band, a pretty famous one. His grandfather, a chemist, actually invented the pregnancy test. He trained Malamutes for a while, bomb-sniffing Malamutes. At first, she teased him about being Forrest Gump. Then she began to wonder how a guy, barely 35, had time to accomplish all that. Then she stopped believing him. But it seemed like the other people in her crowd ate it up. From that first night, he was never far away. He called, he dropped by her office, he took her to lunch, he took her out in the evening. It wasn't long before he got into her panties, and it was awful. He had trouble getting and maintaining an erection, and he grew angrier and angrier until she told him to leave. He refused, and they fought until, miraculously, it rose. Then he was on a mission. He wanted to do it every which way. He wasn't ejaculating. It wasn't until she began to say enough is enough and pushed at him that he finally had success. Then he wouldn't leave. He left her to lie there beside him, wondering what the hell had happened. In the morning, she kicked him out so she could get ready for work and decided she wasn't going to be seeing him again. Of course, he pursued her immediately, so she told him over the phone. She wasn't interested in a relationship, especially one that included fighting. He twisted that to make it sound like a guy had a little trouble and wasn't a stud on their first night together, and that was it? No, she insisted. I don't want a relationship right now, especially one with fighting. She wanted space. No more surprise visits, no more calls, no more texting. She wanted him to move on. She stopped answering calls and texts, but he was waiting in parking lots and outside work, and he was everywhere. She told some of her friends he wouldn't leave her alone, so he stood back 6 feet, put his palms up, smiled eerily, and didn't exactly do anything. But he was creepy and frightening. He always knew where she was. She'd make plans to go to a different bar or club, and guess who would show up? She'd walk around a corner, and he was there. A few times, she actually bumped into him. Splat. One of her friends said she'd had a creep like that once, and you had to be firm and direct. She was as clear as she could be when she said, "Go away and leave me alone. I don't want to date you or anything." So he worked the crowd she hung out with. She was always aware of him, and she started needing an escort home. She went to the police to talk to someone about him. He was stalking her. She feared he meant her harm. He didn't have a record. "Stay out of bars," the officer told her. She asked if she could have a restraining order. "Has he done anything?" the officer asked. "Besides bother me constantly, watch me, follow me, creep me out? Does he have to do something to hurt me?" "Yes, or at least threaten you," the officer said. "Ignore him. Call the police if he does anything harmful or threatening." He began to ingratiate himself to other people in the bars, making them laugh, doing favors, buying drinks, giving them things. He had everything. Money, drugs, whatever. People thought he was a little strange, but harmless. She didn't know why he wanted her. She thought maybe he only wanted to hurt her. If she didn't go to her usual haunts, he would still find her wherever she went. Try to talk to her, ask her if she wanted a ride. Could he take her out for a decent dinner? "I'm a little concerned about you, Sierra," he said. "You're living dangerously." That's when she became stupider. When she should have stayed away from alcohol to remain vigilant and safe, for some reason, she just drank more. But she tried to stay around people. She had a roommate, Bobby Joe, but they weren't really friends, just two women who needed a roommate to share costs. They got along fine, though Bobby Joe wasn't around much, off doing her own thing. She had a boyfriend, and they were either in bed together or out or at his place. One night she had a little too much to drink. Not exactly a red-letter day. That happened to her now and then. That night she wasn't sure what had done it. It seemed like it had only been a glass or maybe a glass and a half of wine, but man, she was having trouble staying on her feet. Next thing she knew, she was in the car, her car, a 6-year-old Honda sedan, and she was dizzy and felt sick. Her head was spinning, her stomach flipping, her vision blurred. And the car was moving. She struggled to focus, to see what was happening, and oh, God, it was him, driving her car. Derek was laughing and talking to her and telling her they were going to have some fun. He was speeding, she thought. She didn't know why they were in her car. He was turning to look at her while he was driving, saying things that made no sense, like, "It's your turn now," and "Let's see if you can get out of this one." She couldn't understand what was happening. There was a thump, and the car skidded to a stop. He got out of the car, got back in, and just started driving again. She knew something bad had happened. "You hit something. Did you hit something?" she asked. And he laughed and said, "No, you hit something. Someone. But don't worry, he won't last long." She started to scream. His hand came out and struck her in the face so hard her neck snapped and everything went black. She was just coming to again when he pulled her car into the small detached garage beside the 60-year-old 2-bedroom house she shared with Bobby Joe. And when she struggled against her seatbelt, she saw that her roommate's car was gone, and Derek was pulling down the garage door. She was trapped with a madman. "You'll never forget me now," he said. She couldn't keep doing this. Most of the way back to Timberlake, she tried out Moody's prayer, promising to pedal if God would steer. Seeping through the murky mess of her brain, through the fear and paranoia, she found herself driving toward Cal. It was approaching dinner time, and she realized Maggie was in Denver. She made a deal with herself. If Cal wasn't home or if there were people around, she would take that as a sign that she shouldn't talk to him about this. But if he was alone, she would tell him now. She had run from Michigan to get away from Derek. She had run from Iowa when she thought she saw him near where she was living. Where was she going to run to next if that really was him in Colorado Springs? She had to find a better plan. She had to tell someone. She pulled up to the barn and saw that only Cal's truck was parked outside. The front door of the barn stood open, and she could hear the shop vac at work. She sat in the pumpkin for a little while, contemplating. If it was Derek Cox in Colorado Springs, she was at risk and would need help. If there was anything she'd learned in the last 10 months, it was that it was dangerous to try to handle serious problems alone. There was no one she trusted more than Cal. He saw her standing in the doorway and shut off the vacuum cleaner.
"Hey, you're getting around pretty well there,"
he said, smiling. "I have to talk to you about something. Something very serious. It's the hardest thing I've ever done, I think. Telling you this."
"Sit down. Relax. Just say whatever you have to say. You know I'm on your side."
"I know. Back in Michigan, back before I went home to the farm in Iowa, I ran into some trouble, and no one could help me."
"Go ahead,"
he said.
"Something to drink?"
"Arsenic?" He chuckled and went to the refrigerator, getting 2 sodas for them.
"Sit,"
he said.
"Take your time."
"I have to get home to Molly soon."
"Just do it, Sierra. Tell me what you came to tell me. I think you know you can trust me."
She toyed with the tab on the can, taking a couple of deep breaths. "It might seem impossible to believe."
"Come on now, Sierra. You're stalling."
She told him everything, from the first time Derek targeted her, hit on her, to the night that ended in her garage. Her brother's face grew pale, then crimson. She thought his hand was shaking as he lifted his soda can to his lips. His lawyer's poker face wasn't working so well as he listened to her. What I couldn't make sense of at the time, I'd been at a bar I went to sometimes where I knew people. I wasn't with anyone, but the bartender and waitress knew me. He must have drugged me, slipped something in my glass of wine, then took my keys and got behind the wheel of my car. I couldn't focus. I was sick. Believe it or not, that didn't happen to me a lot. I didn't get sick, didn't have blackouts. I just got really stupid, unsteady, made bad choices, and had a terrible hangover the next day. This was different. He must have drugged me.
"He left you in the garage?"
She looked down at the table where they sat. "After he beat me and raped me," she said quietly. She couldn't look at her brother. She hated that she had shame when she hadn't done anything wrong. "He left me there, walked out, closed the garage door, and just walked away. I never saw him again. Well, I thought I saw him a number of times, but I'm not sure if it's a mirage made up of my fear or if he really found me."
"What did you do that night?"
"Just what you're not supposed to do. I showered. I tried to treat the cuts and bruises. But then I realized what he'd done and went to a clinic. They did a rape kit, but I wouldn't talk to the police. They took some pictures. I know I should have gone to the police, but I was just too afraid. Of him. I'd been to the police before. They weren't helpful. I'd asked them for a restraining order."
"They couldn't give you a restraining order because he annoyed you or scared you. There had to be a crime or a threat. An obvious threat."
"The clinic said they'd be keeping that rape kit for a while. Give me the name of some counselors, a crisis center. They gave me some phone numbers, did some cultures and blood panel, wrote me a prescription for a morning after pill, which I wasn't going to need. I was on birth control. But they said I could call in with my patient number and get the test results and, if needed, get treated for any sexually transmitted disease."
"What did you do?"
"I went home. I decided I had to get out of town. I was all done there. I thought at the very least he'd drug me, beat me, and rape me again. I was afraid he'd kill me or something, and I was afraid he'd hit someone out on the road. My memory was spotty, but I remember something happened, and I don't know where we were. Seems like we weren't in the neighborhood. I don't think we were on the highway. There was a dent and a really long scrape in the fender. I thought about checking with the police to find out if anything happened. Instead, I packed a duffel, drove to the airport, to long-term parking, and left the car. I took a bus to Iowa. I owed money on that car, and I abandoned it. I didn't say goodbye to anyone, and I turned off the phone, afraid of who might call me.
Did you tell anyone about Iowa? Does he know about our parents, and that they're in Iowa?
Cal asked. She shook her head. I didn't talk about our parents. Not a lot to brag about there, huh? Once I told my roommate I wanted to go to California. She smiled sheepishly. I did want to. And here I am. Sierra called Sully to say she'd stopped to see Cal, then stayed about an hour. She finished her story and her cola and left to see about her dog before it got much later. Sully was holding dinner to have with her. Letting her leave, letting her crutch her way out into the dusk, was hard for Cal. She seemed so small, so alone. He held her for a long time before she pried herself away. He'd asked her if the event of thinking she saw this dangerous man from her past made her want to drink, and she'd said, just the opposite. That was another life, and I have no desire to go back. But I think I will go to a meeting tomorrow morning. It never hurts, and it usually reaffirms everything I know to be real. He was so proud of her, scared for her. But thinking I saw him made me realize, what if it was him? If not now, someday. I could disappear for real without anyone knowing the details. I had to tell you. I had to tell someone. After she left, he went for a beer for himself. Boy, did he need it. Cal wasn't sure if Sierra had ever paid attention to it or not, but he had been one of the hottest criminal defense attorneys in Michigan. He was doing a little lawyering here in Colorado, but nothing too high profile. He was still licensed to practice in Michigan if it came to that, if she needed a defense. He wouldn't defend her, of course, but he knew the best of the best, and he could always sit second chair. Meanwhile, he could get information. Sierra wasn't sure she wanted to know, but it probably wouldn't hurt. Not only was his old detective available by phone, he was no slouch when it came to investigation. He could find out if there was an accident, any police investigation, if this Derek Cox had any kind of criminal record, if he was wanted for anything. He could find out if anyone was looking for him, or for Sierra. He didn't even have to ask her the make, model, and license number of that Honda she'd abandoned. He could find it. If anything came up, if she needed him, he would be ready. And then there was the issue. If there had been a broken law, they would have to face it or worry about the consequences of obstruction. She told him that she got a job with the county sorting through refuse in the recycle plant in Iowa. She borrowed Mom's truck to go to work and stop for groceries or whatever they needed on the way home. After a couple of months, maybe 3, she came home from work and her mother told her some man had come around asking about her, asking if she was there. Marissa, who had been dodging official-looking people her entire life to keep her schizophrenic husband safe, had said, "She's in Michigan, isn't she? I don't know when we last saw her." Good old Marissa, Sierra had laughed when she told Cal. Luckily, my benefits with the county kicked in, so I looked at rehab. Found one facility in Des Moines that would take my insurance. She didn't go into rehab to get sober. She went to hide out. One thing she knew, having had so many friends pass that way, everyone made a list of who they'd be willing to talk to, and no one else could get through. No information was given out about patients except to police officers with warrants. So, she'd talk to Marissa only, she said, and she'd ask if anyone had been looking for her. Then, when the heat was off, maybe she would go to California. The state, not the brother. Funny how things worked out. Cal wanted her, and she thought she was as safe with him as anywhere. She'd been pretty sure she'd find out in rehab that she wasn't a real alcoholic, but just an active young woman who liked to party. "Imagine my surprise," she said to Cal, "when I found out I'm a drunk, and the choices for me are booze or death. I didn't even drink every day. I thought real alcoholics were much more ambitious."
"You must have done some heavy drinking,"
he suggested. "Oh, there were times," she said. But guess what else I learned? From a woman in rehab who'd been stalked. There might have been a device in my phone to track me. That might have been how Derek could always find me. I got rid of the old phone, so I'll never be able to find out, but it would make sense. To this day, I don't know if he left me on the floor of my garage and walked away, done with me, or if he followed me to Iowa, then to Colorado. Was that him who talked to Marissa? Or was that some law enforcement person because my car was in an accident?
I'll look into it,
Cal told her.
I'll find out if there was an accident, and I won't have to mention your name to do it. But that might fall into the category of stuff you'd rather not know. It could be a very difficult situation.
Cal, I'd feel terrible if something happened, but I didn't do it. I know I didn't do it. He reminded me the whole time he was assaulting me that there was no proof he'd even driven my car. I might have been drugged, but I heard that. It was his intention from the start. If anything happened, I would be the guilty one.
You're not afraid of jail?
He asked.
You didn't hide out in rehab because you're afraid of possible jail.
She looked at him, her eyes so large and liquid. Wasn't I clear? I didn't do anything wrong. I'm not afraid of going to jail. I'm afraid of him. There's just one thing that haunts me. Why? Why would he do that? As Cal remembered that, he took several swallows of his beer, but it didn't help. He leaned his elbows on his knees, gripped the beer in two hands, looked at the floor, and wept. His baby sister, his beautiful baby sister, tied with a belt, brutally raped and beaten, terrified. Talk about scared straight, she had said. Adopt the pace of nature. Her secret is patience. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Chapter 9. Sierra attended a couple of meetings, and they helped. She wasn't sure exactly how, but she always came away with a feeling of peace and comfort, as if her decision was reaffirmed. It hadn't always been that way. In the early days, she fought it hard, got all stirred up and anxious. But eventually, she looked forward to a good meeting, knowing something would be said or done that would set her right. She stopped at the Leadville bookstore and bought a copy of Wuthering Heights, more determined than ever to have it now. One day, she took Molly with her to a meeting, but she wiggled so much they had to leave.
You'll never pass that one off as a service animal,
Moody said. No kidding, Sierra agreed. When Sierra and Molly were alone together, the dog was calm and quiet and so sweet. One thing that troubled Sierra was that there were times, though rare, when she lifted her hand to pet Molly, and Molly flinched a little, ducked, and Sierra was sure she knew what that meant. When it was Sierra, Sully, and Beau around her, Molly was quiet and only a little playful, trying to nudge Beau into some frolicking or leaning up against Sully to beg a pet. Molly was a cuddle bug. She now had her own blanket that Sierra spread on the bed to keep all those golden hairs off the comforter, and it became hers, so that wherever the blanket was spread, whether on the porch or the back seat of the pumpkin, Molly thought of it as her place. Of course, Molly was young and still got in trouble. She got into Sully's garden and ravaged some vegetables, digging up to her shoulders before Sully caught her. Luckily, there weren't many fatalities, and she hadn't gotten Sully's prized tomatoes. She ate a few more socks, kept jumping in the lake and coming out all full of mud and weeds, and barked too much when she was left alone. She has separation anxiety, Sierra told Sully. Sierra and Molly took comfort in each other. They were both in need of a friend, a safe harbor, a confidant. Sometimes Sierra told Molly secrets, and Molly listened attentively, showing Sierra those sad, deep eyes, indicating she understood and sympathized. Sierra and Molly were in the hammock together, Molly's head in the crook of Sierra's arm, gently swaying, when Connie snuck up on them. "Are you reading to that dog?" he asked. Sierra and Molly both jumped in surprise, and Sierra closed her book while Molly started wiggling and struggling to get out of the hammock. But Connie just started petting her behind the ears and settled her. "She likes it when I read to her," Sierra said. "Do you, Molly?" he asked the dog. But the traitor dog just leaned into Connie's big, loving hands and moaned in ecstasy. "What are you reading to her?" "Wuthering Heights," she said. "Bet you don't even know what that is." Connie sighed.
Okay, so it wasn't my imagination. You're cranky. You've been moody all week, and I'm done having fun with this. Is something wrong? You have PMS or something? You mad at me?
No, she said, a little meekly. No to all of that. Yes, I've been a little on the quiet side because I've been thinking. About you, as a matter of fact. He grinned like he'd just won something.
Is that so? Can't get me off your mind?
Not exactly, she said, making a face. If you can be serious, I'll confide in you. If you're going to screw around, I have nothing more to say. He walked around to the front of the hammock and squeezed onto it, pulling all 65 pounds of Molly onto his lap. He leaned back, settled in, and said,
Stop being so bitchy, Sierra. I didn't do anything wrong, and you know it.
She sighed. She knew it. He was right. She took a breath. If we're going to be friends, there are a couple of things you should know. For starters, I'm not like the other girls you've dated. He shrugged.
We might put that in the plus column.
The Jones kids have always known we were different. I was born in a bus, for God's sake. Well, not officially. Officially, I was born in a clinic. Being the fourth child, I guess I was in a hurry, and Marissa, my mother, hated to leave my father for even a little while. He could go off the deep end if she wasn't around. So when she was about to drop me, she went into the free clinic and, well, I didn't grow up the way most people do.
I think none of us did,
he said. And also, well, I'm an alcoholic.
Oh?
He asked.
I've never even seen you drink.
I'm recovering. Just recently made a year of sobriety. That's it, she said. You should know that.
Why?
It's a significant part of who I am.
I don't understand,
he said.
How's that likely to affect our friendship?
And then he added in an undertone,
such as it is.
I go to AA meetings and I don't drink alcohol. For a long time, I didn't even use mouthwash that had any alcohol content. He sat forward in the hammock a little, and Molly instantly put her head on his chest so he could pet her.
Hey, is that why you wouldn't take the pain meds?
That's exactly why, she said. But it worked out that I was just fine with the anti-inflammatories and ice. But see, I'm not just your average girl. I had a complicated childhood, and as it turns out, I have a complicated adulthood.
Okay,
he said.
Is this worrying you?
What?
Telling me this stuff.
Yes. No. I mean, think about it. We don't have much in common. He scratched Molly behind the ears, and she snuggled closer. Molly moaned almost seductively. And if my dog likes you better than me, you are banned. He couldn't help but laugh at her.
Is this why you've been so cranky? Because you thought we should have this heart-to-heart?
I thought you should know some of the more private and personal stuff about me before you get in too deep. And it's just not easy to do, okay?
So you were almost born in a bus. You don't drink or take pain pills. You go to AA meetings, and you're very particular about who your dog loves best. Feel better now? He asked.
Not very, she said.
Are we gonna get in too deep? He asked hopefully.
You really don't get it, do you? I'm not like you.
Why would I want someone like me? Oh, hey, does it bother you if someone has a drink around you? Like, should I be careful not to drink a beer because it might, make you drool with longing or something?
She rolled her eyes. It only bothers me to be around people who are getting toasted and obnoxious. Sully has his bedtime drink at night, and I have tea, and we're very compatible. In fact, he's the best friend I've had in a long while.
You have good taste, Connie said. Sully is good people. So now can we go on a date?
What for? She asked.
For something to do,
he said, turning Molly a bit so he could scratch her tummy. Sierra started to scratch her tummy too, and Molly stretched her neck and back legs, offering more of herself to be massaged. I feel like you're not taking this seriously, Sierra said. I'm an alcoholic with a very untidy history who has had troubled relationships, and you're just a guy who wants a date with the wrong girl. Think. Use your head. His hand stopped moving, and she looked up. Those blue eyes were boring into her.
Thank you for telling me. It's brave of you to tell me personal and private things. But here's what I'd like. I'd like to go do some fun stuff, so we're having a good time while we get to know each other better. I like what I know about you so far, and you like what you know about me because you act like it, and because it put you in a terrible mood worrying about telling me personal stuff. I figure that's because it's important to you that I like you. And I do. So let's not worry about that anymore. And after we have some time together, and you believe that I like you for yourself, you're totally unlike anybody else self, who was almost born in a bus and can't get near liquor, then maybe we'll get closer and make out like teenagers. That would be good.
She was quiet for a minute. Oh, that was smooth, Conrad.
I guess I'm not like the other guys you know, because I'm not real smooth with the girls,
he said. Sully said you've always got a girl, she informed him.
That's not true at all. I mean, I go out with girls sometimes. Okay, I go out with girls a lot. But they're not, relationships.
Do you have sex with them?
I haven't had sex in so long, I forget which armpit it's under.
She burst out laughing in spite of herself. That could be your problem.
I'd like to have it with you, though, he said.
She looked at him in wonder. Do you always say exactly what's on your mind?
I told you. You should know that by now. I'm pretty much an open book. No good moves. But here's what we have in common. We both had some bad experiences with the opposite sex, even though I don't know what kind yours were. But you told me you can't pick 'em. Me either, apparently. I figure that's a really good place to start.
Is that so?
Yes. We're two people who really like each other, but are a little unsure about things like getting involved, because we've had some bad luck. So here's how I think it should go. We'll hang out some more, kiss some, maybe hold on to each other for a while and get all worked up and decide what's wrong with taking it a little further. It'll be soft and sweet, and we'll get wrapped around each other till we can't breathe. If it was winter and if we were in the truck, that little car of yours is out of the question, we'd steam up the windows big time. It would be better if we were somewhere private, lying down though. So then we'll do it. If we do it, it will be so good, we'll talk about it for years, because we were two people who thought we might not ever match up, but we did. What do you think of that?
She was speechless. She couldn't believe her ears. Did you make that up all by yourself? She finally asked.
All by myself,
he said. And you think we'd be good together?
Epic,
he said, smiling. No, she said.
It was worth a try,
he said. Then he laughed and kissed the dog on her head.
Molly wants me, that's obvious.
He put his big hand on Sierra's head and ruffled her hair as if she were a kid.
How's the ankle feeling?
Good, as a matter of fact. This week I get to put a little weight on it, and if I have no problems, I can go back to work. He put his hand on her thigh.
Listen, I should have asked before. Is there anything you need? Like a loan or something? It must be kind of hard being out of work for so long. I'm sure you don't get comped at the diner, especially it not being a work-related injury.
A loan, she repeated. Really?
I didn't even think of it until now, he said. You've got expenses and probably doctor bills, and you're out of work. I have some savings, and no worries if it takes you a while on the repayment.
Again, she couldn't find her voice. Connie, you keep blindsiding me. A loan? No, I'm okay. I have some savings too, and I'm still helping Sully, though not as much as I was, but I can sit behind that counter and ring up sales all day and night. And if I run into trouble, there's always Cal.
I thought of that, but he's got that house. I built a house. It can really be a pocket suck.
You built a house?
Uh-huh. The one I live in, just outside of town. I put money down on some land when I was just a kid. I was 22. I'm still paying on it. It'll be paid for when I'm 42. And the house when I'm 190.
Must be some house, she said.
It's a pretty simple house, but I'm a firefighter. We do all right, but we're not rolling in dough, though some of them act like they are. Thing is, it wouldn't put me out to help if you need it.
Conrad Boyle. I think you must be about the nicest guy I've ever met." He grinned at her.
See? You're coming around. That's good.
"Don't get any ideas."
Sierra, I've had ideas since about the minute I met you. I figure it's only a matter of time.
"Is that why you offered me a loan?" He made a face.
Of course not. I thought you might need a hand, that's all. That's how you treat friends, Sierra. Don't be a pill.
"I do like you, Connie. That's why I wanted to be honest with you. I've had a lot of problems over the past few years, most of which I made myself. I'm going to be working my way out of them for a long time. I think you could do better than me."
It's very nice of you to warn me, Sierra. Now let me make up my own mind about stuff like that. And you make up yours. What you see is what you get.
And there's really nothing better than that, she found herself thinking. He was completely serious, and she knew it. Connie Boyle wanted to be her boyfriend. And frankly, she didn't know when she'd had an offer so good. He was completely unfazed by her confessions and seemed to like her just the same. He was, in fact, the first normal guy she'd been attracted to since she was about 14. Over the next couple of weeks, just in the course of conversation, she learned something else about him that should have been obvious from the beginning. He'd been a firefighter for 7 years, and a paramedic, and a search and rescue volunteer almost as long. It was in his nature to help, to serve. But also, he'd seen some stuff, some ugly stuff.
It's a little town, but we have a big highway, some vast rural land, huge mountains, and a lot of people passing through. The police handle the crime, but we usually get the mop-up after a crash or suicide or even homicide, except we haven't had one of those in a long time. If you think just because it's a small and friendly place that nothing interesting happens, think again. All people have complicated lives, get in trouble, have problems and emergencies. We're a busy little fire department.
He had a medic's knowledge and perspective. His stories were daring and fascinating. One of their search and rescue guys fell out of a helicopter and was killed. They spent hours looking for his body. It was a freak accident. The guy with the best balance and safety record in the state somehow slid right out of the chopper. Then there was the time some dipshit blew up a house because of an unsettled debt and blew up himself in the process. He was cut in half, his upper body up in a tree 300 yards from his lower body. An old man died alone while eating a bowl of spaghetti, and it was a while before someone realized he might be sick or dead. Hikers and campers were continually lost. Farmers and ranchers had mishaps with heavy equipment. They rescued a 17-year-old from a grain silo, usually a death sentence, but they got him out. They even tracked a fugitive once. That was dicey. He was wanted. They worried about the complications of actually catching him, though he was supposed to be unarmed.
Someone just decided to cut our losses and punched him in the face, knocked him out cold. No one can remember who did it, but he's behind bars again.
No one can remember who did it? Did it ever occur to you to check the knuckles in the firehouse? With a twinkle in his eye, he said,
I guess not.
Sierra lived for stories of his work, and she realized her first impression of him was correct. He was a pretty simple man with some shining qualities. He was honest and loyal, and he was incredibly gentle, especially with Molly. Yet there was no doubting his profound strength. She began to think of him as her gentle giant. One day he showed up around lunchtime and asked her if she could go for a short hike. She told him that might be pushing her luck on her ankle, and he said,
I thought we'd go piggyback and take the dogs. Just a half mile, maybe less.
Why?
I haven't had my workout today, and, well, it's a good way to stay in shape and get close to you. Let's go. Just a half mile. Come on.
It was his plot from the beginning to get her up against his body like that. And they talked while he hiked. Then he put her down to rest and pulled her around to his front, put his hands on her waist, and said,
Come on, Sierra. Quit stalling.
She put her arms around his neck and met his lips softly. Then she pulled him tighter and went in for the kill, kissing that sweet mouth of his like a starving woman. She moved over his mouth with passion, letting him tongue her lips apart as he lifted her off her feet. The spectacular kiss didn't stop until Molly barked. He broke away from her lips, but didn't set her back on her feet.
"Hello,"
he said. "You planned that."
"Very well, it seems."
"It was just a kiss," she told him.
"One of the best I've had,"
he said.
"Hit me again."
She did. Because the best part of him was that he was playful, and she was a little hooked on it. She hadn't been kissed in such a long time and kissed so thoroughly. Maybe never. What would Moody say? But no, she was not telling Moody or anyone. She was just going to enjoy Connie while she could, before any new disasters befell her. He put her on her feet.
"Told you,"
he said.
"Good idea."
"Well," she said, breathless, "that's where the ideas stop. I'm not going any further with you."
"Water, please,"
he said. She handed him a bottle, and he took a long drink, then shared with the dogs.
"Ah,"
he said.
"Take your time, Sierra. I'm stronger than I look. I can wait you out."